Hollywood welcomes Siliwood. Saturn and PlayStation begin fight for Japanese consumers. And 3DO declared DOA. These stories and many more on this episode of the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine.
I've been waiting a long time for a chance to say this. Stop the presses.
Requiescat in pace.
Makes him crazy, man. What is a man?
It's me, Mario.
What a mess.
Get over here!
Please save me.
Welcome to the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine, the show where we travel back in time to find out what was making headlines in the home computer and video game industries of yesteryear. I'm your host, Carl, and I'm joined again by everybody's favorite co-host, Alex.
Happy to be here, Carl.
Good. I'd hope so. I mean, it would be terrible if you were not happy to be here.
He only lets me out of the cage for these 4-hour recordings. He doesn't feed me enough. Send help! Send help! Of course I'm happy to be here, Carl. Always happy to be here.
Excellent, I guess. So, we're heading back today 30 years to June of 1994. But before we can do that, we have to do the obligatory podcast banter. So, what have you been up to?
Well, mostly in the realm of video game stuff. I've been preparing for the huge live stream that I'll be doing on my own podcast, They Create Worlds, with my co-host Jeffrey Dahm on the 12th of October, which is about all things spread of Dungeons and Dragons into video games.
Oh, yes, and we are very much looking forward to that. I also saw, as a patron of your podcast, that your recording of your presentation at Dragon Con is going up as we're speaking in about a day, correct?
Yes, it's all the editing's done, and it's going to be getting up there. It's kind of cool, I think, how Jeffrey did it this time. This time we did record from 2 angles, aren't we? We're a 2-camera sitcom now, a multi-camera sitcom, not a 1-camera sitcom. And the way Jeffrey used that is that this time, instead of, the last time we did it when we only had the one recording, there was kind of this view of us off to the side and then a view of our slides. This time, there's going to be individual talking heads of the 2 of us. Me captured from the one angle and Jeffrey captured from the other angle, with the slides taking up like the full screen most of the time, and then our talking heads kind of on either side, chit-chatting in boxes. So, yeah, should be. I'm glad to share this one. I think it went really well. And hopefully people will enjoy. And this is kind of a much, much, much truncated version of what the big live stream will be, because we're talking about covering in 50 minutes what we'll cover on the actual podcast in 3 episodes, which means somewhere between 3 and 6 hours, if not more.
Nice. Very nice. And so it'll basically look something like our 7 Minute in Heaven videos.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's a wonderful format and a wonderful way to remind everybody that if you're not a patron supporter of the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine, you don't get to watch the 7 Minute in Heaven videos. Although I still have left up the first 40 or so are currently visible. So if you do come over to the patron page, you can sign up as a free member. And if you scroll down far enough, you'll get to see those and be able to go and watch those. The newer ones are still behind the paywall. But I guess that's a good transition point here, because we have a lot to talk about today and we might as well get to it. So, remember everybody, if you're listening to this on YouTube, and I have been watching the YouTube numbers, I seriously cannot believe the number of hours people watched of this podcast last month alone. It was something like 250 hours. I was like, how the hell did that happen? So somebody left it on after falling asleep. So
I mean, that lots of people do that, like deliberately. They choose podcasts to go to sleep to and then use as white noise while they are sleeping. And they do tend to choose longer ones for that because it's less likely that they'll get interrupted. So you joke, Carl, but that may actually be part of it.
Okay, so what you're really telling me is that about every 20 minutes I need to yell really loudly into the microphone just to remind people to wake up.
Yes, because there's nothing like sabotaging your own metrics, Carl.
I'm not saying I'm a smart man. Okay, so with that being said, everybody, if you do have any comments for us, please drop us a note. If you're listening to this on YouTube, please subscribe and like. Same thing for the podcast, or do both. It's all great. A lot of the stuff that we're putting up is in video format, like some of the newer interviews. If you are a patron, you've already got access to the first 2 of my probably 5-part interview with Graham Bayliss. And it really is, I mean, the man is a find. It's literally a 40-year history of an active game developer. So it's not, I had my glory days 40 years ago as a bedroom coder, or, I did this thing in the 90s and stuff. This guy has just been consistently at it, and he's seen every aspect. He's worked for the really big companies, for the really small companies, tried to do his own thing, and worked in, mobile, worked in big AAA, you name it, he's done it. And yeah, it's just a fascinating conversation. I'm still editing the last 2 episodes, so 2 are already up. The third one's already cut and will be going up in the next couple of weeks for the patrons. And it's all video, so hey, something to watch. And well, with that being said, if you want to watch all that, come in, check it out. Also, if you haven't listened to it yet, my interview with Raymond Yap of Wong's International just hit the feed right before this episode. So check that out if you want to find out what it was like to have to manufacture something like the BBC Micro in the 1980s. And little trivia note, did you know that the keyboard was actually made in Oregon? In the United States? Yeah, that's how weirdly intricate the international trade flows were for computer manufacturing in the 80s already. So, super insights, very interesting guy. Highly recommend checking that out as well. So, with all that being said, again, everybody, all the notes, all the links are in the show notes. If you are listening to this on YouTube, please click on the link that takes you to the Patreon page, because YouTube does not give me enough characters for all of the show notes. And there's a lot of show notes on this show every time. So, with that being said, and also the disclaimer. When we say June 1994, we're using cover dates of magazines, news articles, etc. Obviously, a lot of it happened before that. It's a convention. Please don't send me emails about that. But send me emails about everything else. I love hearing it. And yes, I know there's 2 longtime listeners. I've got emails from you guys from like 3 months ago that I didn't respond to. I'm so sorry. It got lost in the shuffle. Those responses are going out. You know who you are. Okay, with that being said, before we can turn on the time machine, we need to go to our first major segment, which is the 7 Minutes in Heaven, where our intrepid co-hosts must play a game that they have never played before that was reviewed in a magazine dated June of 1994. We had some tremendous games to choose from this time. There were Ravenloft, SSI finally getting into that whole first-person real-time RPG thing. We had Wing Commander for this 3DO, brand new, wonderful new graphics, in quotation marks. The Horde makes it from the 3DO to the PC. So Kirk Cameron can save the day while also telling you why bananas are the atheist's worst nightmare. Shadowrun for the Genesis, one of my all-time favorites, and again, a topic of conversation in my interview with Graham Bayless. We had The Settlers comes to PC, Surf City for you Yanks out there, but you, sir, have chosen Space Ace.
That's right, Carl. I know what a big Don Bluth fan you are, so I couldn't deny you the pleasure? Question mark? Of a little Don Bluth action on the old Super NES.
Yes. Because we know how great those console ports of Dragon's Lair were. How bad can Space Ace be, right?
Mean, that was 8-bit systems. We've moved on to 16-bit systems, so everything's better, right? More colors. We have all the colors we need now, right?
Yeah. Oh, well. I'm not playing it, so let's have at it.
Absolute Entertainment brings the excitement of an arcade legend home to your Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Experience all the outrageous, out-of-this-world action of Space Ace. Being the defender of truth, justice, and the planet Earth has a lot of upside. You've got rugged good looks, rippling muscles, and a beautiful girlfriend named Kimmy. Then there's the hard part. You're pitted against the evil Commander Bork, who's blasted you with his dastardly infanto ray and turned you into a little kid, kidnapped Kimmy, and is threatening to conquer the Earth. And on top of all that, your name is Dexter. Your job? Rescue the girl, save the world, run the bad guy out of the solar system, and regain your manhood. Not necessarily in that order. It's Absolute Entertainment's Space Ace for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System.
Welcome back, Alex, from your 7 minutes in heaven. So, for the uninitiated, how would you describe Space Ace on the SNES?
Well, Carl, Space Ace on the SNES is what happens when somebody says, what if we took some really rudimentary platforming gameplay and added in the complete random nonsense of dying from a Don Bluth Laserdisc game and throw that together with a bouncy score on top?
That sounds like a perfect mix for a wonderful weekend rental. Or something.
Well, Carl, it's not.
So did they at least capture the marvelous personality of Don Bluth animation?
Well, I don't remember the main character of Space Ace looking like he was getting high on bath salts, Carl, so not entirely, perhaps, but certainly a better showing than all of those 8-bit attempts at Dragon's Lair, which were just never going to amount to anything. They did try to get in some of the fun death animations and that kind of thing, which, I mean, I guess I appreciate that attempt at a little bit of verisimilitude, but I'd have appreciated it more if there were a game to go with it, Carl.
So it was that bad, huh? That sounds terrible.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, once you found the one spot on the screen you could just stand in and nothing would touch you during the predetermined sequence that the enemies walk through, I guess it wasn't as annoying. Or at least you didn't die as often at that point.
It's true.
So, now, the one thing that I couldn't see in the video version, remember everybody, if you want to actually watch our commentary of Alex's playthrough, you can do so by becoming a member on our Patreon. What was the responsiveness of the controls like?
That was mostly fine. I had a little bit of difficulty at one point getting the jump to work properly, but I mean, that can happen in any game. I mean, every other time that I was jumping platform to platform, it seemed to be working. So the controls themselves were not that bad. The kind of using an isometric view, but not having the hit detection operating within that same isometric view was a little bit annoying. There was definitely a time that I jumped into a laser that I don't feel like that should have been jumping into a laser, but control-wise, it was fine. Yeah.
Yeah, and you did also see platforms behind you in the depth of field, and when you tried to jump to them, it always never worked.
Yeah.
The
level design leaves a lot to be desired. You shouldn't create a level where it looks like you can do something where you can't, and then the failure, the punishment for trying, is that you die. Because it's very clear that you could not reach platforms by jumping up towards them. Because I tried a couple of times, but that's fine if they don't want to make that a possibility, but they shouldn't penalize you for that by being like, oh yeah, you can't jump in that direction, but you still fall off anyway because you tried to jump in that direction.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of cheap. It almost feels cheap, like, oh, here's something. Oh, now you learned a lesson. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, exactly. Which I guess, in a way, you could say captures some of the spirit of the original games, but not really, because even though many of those deaths could be arbitrary as well, at least you kind of knew what you were getting into. Look for the waggle, do the waggle the right way, and you live or die. I mean, it would often be unfair, but at least it was consistent, whereas there doesn't seem to be any inherent fairness or consistency in those deaths when I was, trying to jump up towards those other platforms.
Oh, yes. It just seems like a joy. So, looking back at your wonderful experience just now, would you recommend Space Ace on the Super NES to modern gamers?
Well, Carl, as you can tell from our commentary, it was a delight. It was my favorite, and everyone should try. Of course they shouldn't play it, Carl. It's awful.
You should have played Shadowrun on the Genesis. I told you. No, well, actually, I recommended you play Mega Race and then Jurassic Park, which both would have been terrible, and Microcosm. So, I mean, it really was going to be a doo-doo show no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, this was a fairly poor month. I mean, the standout is Super Metroid, but obviously I played Super Metroid. And the Settlers is well regarded, but those kind of games aren't as good for 7 minutes kind of plays. And then, but the console offerings, between interactive video being the new hotness and everyone clearly putting their B and C teams on 16-bit at this point because the A team is all working on next generation product, we're in a bit of a dark period here, Carl.
Yeah. The other alternative would have been Super Wing Commander on the 3DO because, those are some mouth animations. Oh, my lord. If you haven't seen it, people, just watch a video of it on YouTube, and you'll be like, wait a second, this was supposed to be an upgrade over a 4-year-old game? Whoa. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. Okay. Well then, I think it's time for us to check in with our good friend Ethan to find out what we got wrong in our May 1994 episode.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from
the Department of Corrections.
This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept charges, press 1. You may start the conversation now.
Welcome back, Ethan. So, before we can get into everything I got wrong in May of 1994, it's time for
the Alex comment. Sorry, no fun voices today. Today was not a fun day, so we're gonna no fun allowed here in the Department of Corrections. But Alex, I'm gonna completely break what I just said. You said that thing wrong when you were talking about King's Quest V. It's not a poisonous snake. It's a poisonous snake.
Was that from the CD audio version?
Yes. That was
oh, wow. I knew there's some bad acting in that version, but holy crap and a half.
Yeah, the owl has a very infamous voice in the CD version.
Oh, well. See, this is what I miss by playing the Amiga version. So
you miss a lot of things by playing the Amiga version.
Yeah, like colors.
Gameplay. Yeah.
Well, it was a Sierra adventure game. I mean, was there really any gameplay? No, just kidding. I am being very, very facetious there, because I have played a whole mess of Sierra adventure games. So,
yes. But anyhow, we're here in May 1994. Carl is here to get his knuckles thoroughly branded, each one a special little snowflake. So, present your hand, Carl, and we shall begin.
It has been presented.
All right. First up, this is actually an interesting thing. You brought up Battle Arena Toshinden in regards to Alex's top 100 games list, if you recall.
Yes.
Did not make it on the final list, as Alex has already done that episode, so you can hear what got on and off. I may or may not have contributed some things to the final version of the list.
As did I. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. You got King's Quest back on there, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So, but Battle Arena Toshinden, you made the comment of how it was marketed being very important. I will say one thing, that in regards to Toshinden, that internally at Sony, I have a teacher who actually worked on the PlayStation project before it came out. He was a hardware engineer. He was one of my teachers in college. He did bring up Battle Arena Toshinden as a very important marker of quality in terms of Sony's software ambitions.
Interesting.
For the PlayStation.
Did he get any specifics as to what they were?
No, this was very much an offhand comment, but I remember this very specifically. At some point, I will interview him and get his memories on the record, because he had lots of stories that he just kind of ran by. He worked both on 3DO and a PlayStation, so he's got a perspective. He's and in fact, he has a special thanks credit in Crash Bandicoot. So if you can figure out who that is, then you're a sleuth right there.
Interesting. So I'd love to know, do you know what kind of hardware engineering they were doing stateside?
No, he went to Japan.
Oh.
Yeah, he lived there for a while.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I'd be fascinated to hear. I mean, because, yeah, like I said, it's that initial PlayStation it's not a piece of hardware I ever actually owned, but it was so fascinating and really captured my imagination when it came out. In a way, I don't really know any other hardware that's ever done that before, but if I'd love to interview this gent. I mean, that just sounds like
me first.
Hurry up! We don't have all day.
Indeed, that's why we're moving on to the next point. So the Park Place Productions blowout, or whatever you want to call it, that studio is very fascinating for the heaps of drama that it left behind.
Oh yeah.
And you mentioned that they would go, like, it was a San Diego-based studio. A lot of those people formed what later became 989 Studios for Sony.
Yeah.
And a good amount of those people did also go to Blue Sky Productions, which was also a San Diego-based studio that was doing sports games at the time, like the Real Talk Football series.
Interesting. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, that expertise needed to go someplace.
Yeah, for some reason, sports games in San Diego was a big thing. That's something I figured out while doing my Gremlins Cinematronics research. And a lot of people who stayed around there were from Cinematronics, who kind of like started it. So, just an interesting little observation.
Very cool. Very cool.
Now we talk about some 3D! Carl, you got your 3D glasses on?
My 3D glasses are on, both blue and red sides.
Indeed. So, you were wondering if the Model 1 was the first 3D hardware board from Sega, and yes, it is.
Gotcha. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was or not.
Yeah, that was their prototype board for Virtua Racing.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they had tried something else before that, but I was fairly certain.
Nothing that really counts as, not polygonal 3D, I should say.
Yeah. I mean, they had stuff like later versions of the System 32 board and stuff, but it wasn't really 3D as we would interpret it today.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of evolutions of the scalar hardware. But ultimately, that they were faking with lots of little sprites, but it was fake.
Of course.
And you also made the observation that Midway didn't really have 3D hardware, but they did. Cruisin' USA, anyone?
Well, yeah, but that isn't out yet at this point.
It's about to be out.
Yeah. But
you were making the point that they didn't have any expertise on that, and that's just kind of not true.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and Cruisin' USA had already, we talk about it in the episode. We will be talking about it in the episode today. That's a game that's been in development for a while behind the scenes at Midway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean,
yeah, technically
it's being developed by Eugene as an independent contractor, though he's using people from Midway to help do it.
Of course.
And in fact, that will be one of the games that is featured at our upcoming Insert Coin exhibition here in Chicago. So
I love Cruisin' USA so much. Oh,
I don't. I think it's a terrible game, but
no. Everybody else was so big on Daytona. I was like, I don't get it. No, I can drive a school bus. That's all I wanted to put in. I always chose the school bus. I put in my quarters. If I see a Cruisin' USA machine, I will always play it. That's all there's to it. It's that and Area 51 are my two. I don't even want to call them guilty pleasures. I just want to play those games. They're fun.
Terrible driving handling, anyways.
Exactly. That's the whole point.
Then maybe you could call this next one 3D adjacent of about the Sonic balloon at the Macy's Day Parade, because Nintendo made a comment about it. I will say that balloon did almost kill somebody. So,
oh, really?
You never heard this story before?
No.
That at the Macy's Day Parade, it ran into a lamppost and it hurt somebody when it came down. So.
Oh, wow.
So that might be part of what Nintendo was tapping into in referring to the Macy's Day Sonic balloon.
Gotcha. Okay. Makes sense.
And lastly on the docket for the Department of Corrections for May 1994, the Blockbuster cartridges that you could write with different games that were supported by people like Sega and Virgin. Norm, gaming historian, has done a video on those. So if you want to know the full details, check the show notes.
Excellent. Yes. And the weird thing is I watched that video back when it came out and somehow it just did not click on me with me when I was writing up the article snippet or talking about it on the show. But I will include a link to it in the show notes. So.
Very good. Very good.
I believe that we are done then for this month.
Yes, you had more knuckles than we could brand, so we did your face instead. So you'll be wearing that for a little while. But anyways, That's the end of May 1994. We'll see you next time for June 1984. See you then, Carl.
As always, Ethan, thank you for your service.
Bye.
I tell you what, I am not getting involved in this Toshinden debate, Carl, but I'm glad that, people should be passionate about the things that they believe in. So more power to you on that one.
All I have to say is I listened to your episode, your 2 episodes with the revised top 100 or most influential games, and yes, I managed to sway you in regards to King's Quest. The fact that I was not able to persuade you that Toshinden deserved a place on that list is still going to go down as a personal failure of mine. But don't worry, in 10 years when you do this again, I will bring it up again.
You know what they say, Carl. A man's reach should exceed his grasp, or what's a heaven for?
Very, very true. Oh, well. Okay. Hey, at least I didn't try to push Project Firestart, okay?
You showed incredible restraint. I will give you that one, Carl. Incredible restraint.
Oh, yes. No. I understand where my arguments are tainted by personal experience as opposed to ones that I believe I can actually justify with true market forces and whatnot.
Yeah, under all that passion is the cold beating heart of a lawyer. I understand.
Very, very true. Oh, well. Okay, let's move on. So it's time then to turn on the time machine and head back 30 years to June of 1994.
$4 billion a year business.
1994. Information superhighway.
Welcome to June of 1994. Alex, what's our first headline?
Well, Carl, it appears Playmates sees video games as path to diversification.
Action figure powerhouse Playmates, that has been making a killing for years with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, wants to diversify their customer base away from 4 to 10-year-old boys and by expanding to the 10 to adult video game consumer. They have 3 titles in prep, but according to the South China Morning Post, a Hong Kong newspaper, the one that is getting all the attention is Earthworm Jim. One big concern for investors is that unlike Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Jim won't have a movie or TV show backing it, meaning that the initial outlay for advertising and brand building will be greater than past product launches.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why Playmates wanted to go this route, because they really are at this point a one-trick pony. Like, TMNT has been what's propelled them, and TMNT is getting pretty long in the tooth by this point. It's had an incredible run for an action figure line, but it's beginning to wane a little bit, and all of the attention on how all the teenagers are playing video games these days, and all of the kind of Siliwood talk in the background, and this kind of merger of entertainment, of Hollywood and video game entertainment properties. You can see why a company like this would want to dive in.
Oh, definitely. And we can't forget here that Playmates does not have the video game license to TMNT.
Oh, no.
That is still sitting over at Konami, and they're not going to give that up anytime soon.
No, gone are the days when Kenner Parker can be like, we make Star Wars toys, that means we make Star Wars video games. Long gone are those days. The IP holders are far more savvy about these different rights channels at this point.
Exactly. And this is a risky deal. I mean, also in the same article, they're showing off the Skeleton Crew toys, which anybody who remembers them, that was not a property that was going to go anywhere. So yeah, this is a big deal. I mean, they're swinging. They're also going to make Earthworm Jim cartoons and toys, but none of them are really going to have the same power as those video games.
No.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to our next headline. I don't really have a transition, so we'll just go into it. Sega goes to Epcot.
Yeah, all of these stories here are sort of business deals. I wanted to start off with that. We're going to have to go deep into CES and stuff after this, but I wanted to get the businessy stuff out of the way because I know that that's what the kids are here for. So, and
that's
by
what this
kids, I
kid's
mean,
here for.
I know my average. I know my average listener is probably like 50. So, hey guys, it's all good. Sega of America CEO Tom Kalinske debuted a model of Sega's upcoming 10,000 square foot exhibit at Disney's Epcot Innoventions Pavilion. Innoventions will be a permanent exhibit for the latest and greatest in current and upcoming tech. Sega's debut will be July 1st and will feature 140 free-to-play Genesis, Sega CD, and Game Gear stations, and will also feature the Sega Channel and Edge 16 multiplayer adapter. Arcade hardware such as Virtua Formula and AS1 will be playable as well.
Yeah, this isn't going to be the last Sega story kind of on a similar vein that we see in this jump, and this is really part of that big push that we've talked about before, where now that Nakayama feels like they've conquered the coin-op market and at least have done a pretty good job in the video games, home video games in one major market, the United States, he is ready to take that next step and make Sega a new Disney. I mean, something he himself at the time said was a goal, so this isn't just like speculation. And obviously, if you want to become the new Disney, there's nothing wrong with attaching yourselves to the coattails of the old Disney as part of that process and getting people used to the idea of the Sega name and Sega products being in theme parks and more specifically being considered high tech within theme parks, because I think Sega's got a bit of a plan when it comes to Sega technology in theme parks.
We may be talking about that over the next couple of headlines. Yes, nice transition there. Now, about this Innoventions thing, I did find a YouTuber who uploaded home videos that his father took when he was a kid. He was like 10 years old going to this thing. So you get a really good look at what it looked like from the inside. It's basically just, the point of sale kiosks, but 140 of them or something. And they do update it later on. I mean, he goes there twice, I think once in 94 and once in 96. And the video is a little bit mixed up, or they shuffle it a bit because he's got some images that are clearly 32X games, but those were not there at the initial launch of this.
Sure.
But I'm sure that they were constantly switching the stuff out and updating it as new product came out, so.
Fascinating. I'm glad that exists. And of course, that video, as with every article and headline, will be in the show notes.
Yes, there is a link right down below. So you know where to look, everybody.
And Disney is not the only major American brand that Sega is tying itself up with, as Sega signs deal with Coca Cola and Hudson in Japan.
Sega has announced a deal with Coca Cola Japan to develop video games incorporating the company's animated advertising characters for their next generation console. Sega also announced that Hudson will be developing games for Sega's next generation system as well, and the two will cooperate to develop a system to provide karaoke on demand via ISDN lines using hardware based on the upcoming Sega Saturn.
Yeah, this is something that gets touched on occasionally in the time machine, but not often since it's very Japan specific. But karaoke is undergoing a real revolution in this time period because of networking, and you're getting these sophisticated karaoke players that can draw from so many more tracks than they could in the past by using networking capabilities. And all of the big arcade players in Japan, Sega, Taito, Namco, they're all trying to make sure that they continue to be part of this business as well. Because even though we think of them as video game companies, and they are primarily video game companies, all of this technology kind of originally came up through bars, and Sega and Taito in particular, really more than Namco, even though I said them, it's really Sega Taito, not Namco. Both Sega and Taito came up in the jukebox box business, in the music business, and watched that part of their business get overthrown and overwhelmed by karaoke, and they've always maintained an interest in trying to hang in that field as well. So,
yeah, and it also makes sense that, I mean, they're manufacturing the equipment that is perfect for processing the video and the sound and the superimposed text that is at the heart of all of this. I mean, it would be foolish not to. You're already building something that has a CD drive in it, just throw that karaoke on there. And we talked about this a couple months ago, how the Laserdisc karaoke, which has been the backbone of the industry, is dying at this point and being replaced by CD-ROM. So this just makes sense. Just as a clarification here, I couldn't find any evidence of a Sega Coca Cola a tie-in game for the Saturn, but they did in Japan release a game called Coca Cola Kid. It's a jump and run game for the Game Gear, and they actually launched it together with a Coca Cola themed Game Gear. So it's basically just says Coca Cola on it, and it's red. So
and
that
and then it was a huge scandal when the Coca-Cola Kid grew up and had control over his own career and shocked the world by becoming Pepsi Man.
Oh Jesus! I knew you were going to go there, and it was just waiting and hoping it wasn't going to be that.
Well, Carl, I can't disappoint your preconceived notions and prejudices about me, now can I?
No, you can't. But don't worry, as soon as we get the chance, Pepsi Man will be a 7 Minutes in Heaven game, because I love that game so much. You have no idea. That is one of the...
I have never played it, but I have seen it. But I have seen it all the way through, because the Pepsi Man run is one of the classic games done quick speed runs. Truly fantastic. So
it has become the game that I always play with my old high school buddies when they come over and crash here for a couple of days. And now we've introduced it to one of my buddy's sons, who is 10. Yeah, it's great.
And even though that was a speed run, there was an incentive goal that was met to watch the cutscenes in their entirety. So I have seen the entire story of Pepsi Man unfold.
But until you've actually had the controller in your hand, you haven't really experienced Pepsi Man.
I agree.
Trust me.
I agree, but we're not there yet. Right now, we're in Sega's Coca-Cola days, not their Pepsi days.
True.
And
wait, sorry. Before I give the transition, one other thing that I have to mention here. I've mentioned it probably a couple years ago already. That Hudson bringing their games to the Sega Saturn. Obviously, we've talked a few times already about NEC's problems in the console market. Right. The fact that Hudson is going to be bringing games over there is going to lead to one of the greatest party games of all time, which is Bomberman on the Saturn, where I believe you can have 12 players at the same time. It's a ridiculous number. It's like 8 or 12 players. And I have played that full complement on a Sega Saturn, on a giant screen. It was at Lange Nacht der Computerspiele in Leipzig, that event I go to every year. Oh, it was glorious. It's a pain in the ass because the moment it's down to 2 people, that field is so large that it takes forever for somebody to kill the other person. But yeah, great game.
Absolutely. And yes, as we said, Sega is making a lot of big moves, and of course a lot of big moves take a lot of big money, which is why Sega announces massive bond issue.
Sega will issue 100 billion yen, or $952.3 million, that's nearly $1 billion, worth of domestic convertible bonds. This massive financing will help it construct 50 large amusement centers within and outside Japan and launch its new 32-bit console. The convertible bond market in Japan is growing, and this is the second time that such a large bond issuance has been made, the previous being by Asahi Glass Company in 1993.
Yeah, I mean, this is Nakayama putting his money, or rather a bunch of other people's money, where his mouth is, and getting ready to create this amusement center, amusement park of the future, video game amusement park kind of thing into a reality. And of course, the fact that they have to do this massive bond issue may be a hint for those that are paying some attention that there may be some cash shortfalls these days at a little company called Sega.
Yeah, I mean, granted, it's $1 billion freaking dollars. So it's...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it's $1 billion in 1994 money. Okay, we have to at least 2.5 times that nowadays. This is an ungodly amount of money.
Yeah.
It is just beyond conception.
And it's a bunch of money that they have to give a return on.
Well,
it's not a stock issuance. It's a bond.
But it's convertible.
Yes, it is convertible.
If they don't deliver on it, he loses control of the company.
Yeah. It's a big gamble.
Of course. If he doesn't deliver on it and the stock tanks, which, spoiler alert, it will, then converting the bond issue into stock is like, no, I don't want your useless stock. I'd rather get paid the bond.
Exactly.
So this, we'll have to see how. We will definitely be following this story over the next few years.
I think that's safe to say. And speaking of stories that we will be following right on to their bitter end, Siliwood fever has become a pandemic.
A flood of film and music companies are trying to get in on the video game and multimedia boom. Geffen Records and sorry guys, but we're going to have to go through a whole litany of these companies now, so just bear with me as we go through one after the other, because it's worth noting just how many are doing this.
Indeed.
Geffen Records has announced VidGrid, a simple tile puzzle game with a music video gimmick. It's worth noting that this will be a Windows product, not a DOS. Also, a Jaguar CD version will follow. Why that format? Don't ask.
Because it has CD in the name.
Exactly. Geffen caused a bit of an online kerfluffle when they announced that an unreleased Aerosmith song originally recorded for their Get a Grip album, called Head First, would be made available for free on CompuServe to help promote VidGrid. And now, obviously, okay, like I said, we're going to be going through a bunch of these. Geffen Records, big recording company, obviously they've got enough infrastructure to get into things like Tower Records and whatnot, which are also selling video games and other products. But, I mean, have you ever seen VidGrid?
I have not.
Okay. You know those little tile puzzles where you shift the tiles around?
Absolutely.
Little plastic things? Okay. Think about that, but now you can actually pick up the tiles and just put them in the place where you want to put them. And each of the tiles is one square part of the music video. So basically, it's just a jumbled version of the music video playing the whole time while you're trying to put the pieces together, which is just as simplistic as it sounds.
Multimedia, yeah!
Exactly. And it would have been really amazing if I hadn't already seen this on the Commodore 64 version of Back to the Future 2, which did the exact same thing with Marty McFly playing the song at the end of Back to the Future 1. With, it was basically the picture of the band, and there's some slight animation, tapping feet and drumming and stuff, and you're moving the tile pieces around to get the picture together. It was typical European minigame movie adaptation. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I remember seeing VidGrid back then. That was my immediate thought. It was like, I saw this like 5 years ago and it was already kind of crap then. And now you're letting me pick up the pieces. I don't even have to do the whole slide and figure out a logical way to get around. I just have to pick them up with the cursor and move them. So, yeah. But the thing that caught my eye most with this was this releasing of a single to an online service for free as a promotional item. I couldn't find which format they used for the compression.
Right.
But the fact that this happened and that a ton of people jumped onto CompuServe, they actually had it set up as an extra deal where the time that it took you to download it was not calculated towards your CompuServe bill. And it's actually not mentioned in the press release for VidGrid or Geffen getting into this business, but it is mentioned in an article about how the big three, it's CompuServe, AOL, and who else was big at the time?
Prodigy?
Prodigy, yeah. Those three companies, they're desperately fighting to gain market share. This is right before the internet. I mean, the internet, as we will see, is gaining speed.
Right before kind of the World Wide Web.
Well, we'll talk about, there's a story about that coming up later in the show.
Yes.
The World Wide Web is beginning to take off, but right now still the content is the exclusive content of the three companies. The fact that one of these guys, has this song you can't get anywhere else from Aerosmith at this point is huge. We're also getting the premiere of Revolution X, their arcade game right now. The Get a Grip tour has been huge. I actually went to one of the Get a Grip tour concerts back in 94. So yeah, this is a big, huge deal. And it just kind of is a weird little microcosm of what is about to come with digital distribution of music over the next few years.
Mm-hmm.
So, sorry, had to mention that. So, moving on to the next company getting into this business, French conglomerate Havas, which recently invested in French edutainment and multimedia publisher Arborescence, I think I'm pronouncing that right, has announced a joint venture with U.S. film and TV studio New Line Cinema Corporation, which was recently merged with Turner Broadcasting System, to form a joint venture called NHL Partners LP. Now, NHL, not to be confused with a hockey league. Now, NHL Partners LP will focus on software available on cartridges, diskettes, and CD-ROM. The companies have jointly pledged to invest $30 million to the project, which will seek to find companies already developing software to invest in and to build international distribution channels.
Yeah, so basically we're in the middle right now in France of kind of a prelude to the dot-com bubble that would hit the United States, because it's still slightly early for that, and it's not really focused on internet so much as it's focused on multimedia. And I don't know exactly what the reasons for that were, that France got so excited about multimedia, but suddenly in the mid-90s, there was a huge amount of money being invested on the bourse, the most prestigious stock exchange in France, into any company that was getting into multimedia, video games, etc. This is why, as our jumps go on into the future, we're going to see suddenly a lot of small American computer game companies purchased by French companies. And it's also why you see a company like Havas, which was historically a powerful utilities company, though has conglomerized, as you indicated, is suddenly getting involved in this business that they had no historical ties to, because this is a company that already had stability and broad infrastructure, and therefore was considered a decent bet by all of this money that is now being thrown at multimedia products on the bourse.
Yeah, it is weird, and it's something I'm going to have to do a deep dive on to figure out, because something similar is going to happen a couple years later in Germany with movie licensing companies. So any company that owned the rights to movies became huge, but that was because there was suddenly a deregulation in the cable television and satellite television industries. So suddenly there was this battle over, well, now we're finally going to get cable TV everywhere. And whoever owns the content rights is going to own cable TV. Mm-hmm. And suddenly these companies that were sitting on these old movie rights, their stocks just go freaking insane. Lord of the Rings, completely financed by the German company Kinowelt. Mm-hmm. There's no way New Line could have financed it otherwise. They basically prepaid for those movies. And then when the whole thing collapsed, well, New Line got to sell the rights a second time to Warner Brothers and made a killing. And I should know because I was hired by Kinowelt right after that.
And then of course they claimed that there was no money in any of those movies. And then after they made all of that obscene amounts of money, and Peter Jackson had to sue them for his share.
Of course. Unfortunately, I have seen those contracts. I know they made their money. So,
very interesting.
Oh, you have no idea, because they actually had the, unlike most distribution deals, they paid so much money, they got the merchandising rights for German-speaking Europe.
Wow.
Oh, yes. This was a deal that was going to generate so much cash. All of that got transferred back to New Line. So, yeah, it was messed up. Really messed up. But, oh well. Okay. Moving on then. Fox Interactive announces games based on their upcoming movie, The Pagemaster, starring Macaulay Culkin, and their upcoming cartoon show, The Tick.
Two properties that will certainly generate them amazing amounts of revenue. And believe me, I'm not knocking The Tick. But it's a cult classic. It was not successful. And of course, The Pagemaster was an infamous flop.
Oh, yes. Infamous flop, and so much so that when Macaulay Culkin did an episode of The Angry Video Game Nerd, he actually admitted that he had never even seen the Pagemaster video game before that day. Now, the interesting thing here with this one, and each one of these that I chose, there were a few more companies that I left out, okay? But each one of these has a slightly different story to tell, because Fox Interactive's whole pitch is, we could have waited until we had a bigger slate of games and stuff, but we've decided that the time is right to hit now. And so they're trying to launch this day and day, or as close as they can, with the launch of the media. Mm-hmm. So that's their approach to this, is not, we're a media company, we'll buy existing games and publish them. No, this is now day and date, we've got this, let's get it out, and synergy, type of thing.
And meanwhile, there's nobody apparently in the room to say, remember that time when we made a video game division and released MASH? Remember that?
Well, but see, there the mistake was you released it after the show was.
Well, yeah, no, I know that wasn't day and date, but I'm just saying, this isn't the first time that Fox is like, oh yeah, we'll make our own games based on our own properties. It'll be great.
Yeah. The key phrase here, and we'll talk about it a little bit more later, is dual development. That's the phrase that they're throwing around right now. But we'll see that somebody else is taking that even further. Okay, so we've got Fox back in action. Then we've got telecommunications conglomerate GTE has renamed their interactive video production company, GTE Imagitrek, to GTE Interactive Media to move from producing assets for others, like they did for Sega's Time Traveler, to make games for the consumer. GTIM, I'll just call them that, will be making games for a variety of systems, including 3DO. They're very big on mentioning that they're making games for 3DO.
Weren't they one of the... Did GTE release a 3DO system? I can't remember if they were part of that whole group.
AT&T was working on one.
I know, yeah.
I know GTE may have been trying to, but I don't think they did. I don't remember specifically if that was ever a thing. I'm not dumping a fresh take here. I'm just wondering. The 3DO Wikipedia actually lists all the different models because I had to look it up for something else for this episode. And let's see. There's the Gold Star. Yeah, there's not nearly as many as you would think. There's Panasonic Gold Star Sanyo. There's the Creative 3DO Blaster. The American Laser Games arcade hardware version, and then there's a Korean one called the DMB 800. But no, GTE didn't actually do it. Okay. Yeah, it's one of the. It may have been one of the many that were announced that never materialized. Well, and then I'm not saying that I thought there was one. I was just curious. I was wondering. I wonder if they were very proud of the 3DO because they became one of these telecommunications companies behind the scenes that were like trying to, finance it. Yeah, no, I hear you. I think the main reason they're touting the 3DO here is because, as we'll see, of the systems that they're doing this on, it's the only one that's really going to be taking advantage of their multimedia production facilities as they exist. So the company's, quote, digital media studio provides a development environment that allows for unprecedented collaboration between the world's most creative minds in video gaming, technology, film, television, music, arts, animation, and other aligned industries. The result is fresh imagery, unprecedented play versatility, and superior production value in the first 20 products in the GTE Entertainment product line. End quote. Now, which products are they debuting? Well, we have their Street Sports line, starting with Jam It, a basketball game for PC and 3DO, Blades, a street hockey game for SNES, and then their action arcade line will include Cars, C.A.R.S. a PC battle game, FX Fighter, a 3D fighting game for the SNES and PC, and their interactive toys line will cater to 3 to 6-year-olds and consist of 5 titles. So what I'm hearing is that they're hoping that people mistake Jam It for an NBA Jam sequel, Blades for a Blades of Steel sequel, and FX Fighter for the latest Super FX chip game from Nintendo. Well, NBA Jam doesn't exist yet. Yeah, it does. In 94? Came out in 93. Really? Yeah. Let's see. NBA... Oh, Jam! Oh, sorry. I was thinking of EA's NBA game. You're right. You are correct. What was... no, that was NBA Live, right? Yeah, that's EA's. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. It's okay. It's okay. You're right. That's what they're trying to do. Now, number one, the strategy here is dumb because they have a line of street sports games, but they're all on. But the 2 games that they're releasing here are on completely different platforms, which means if you're a fan of the one, the cross-branding has no effect whatsoever. And yeah, it's FX5. And the one thing that I thought was interesting here, because I always had the story in the back of my mind that FX Fighter, which is a 3D fighting game developed by Argonaut Software for the Super NES using the FX chip, that ends up obviously, well, not obviously, but it ends up, spoiler alert, getting canceled for the Super NES. And we've talked a little bit about how post-Star Fox FX games have been a little bit disappointing in shows because, let's face it, the FX chip is not as powerful as you would think, and once you get past a couple of polygons for your ship from behind, it really can't hold its own. And the PC release of it, my perception at least back then was, oh, they've decided to try to salvage the product and just threw it onto PC. And it's kind of cool to see here that it was originally designed for PC right from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
That was announced for PC. So that was, for me, an interesting one because I think a lot of people may have had that conception of the game. It's still going to suck. But at least now we knew it was always supposed to be sucking on both platforms.
And no, I'm positive Jammet, you talk about them releasing on different platforms. I'm positive Jammet was not releasing on the SNES because they would have fully expected a lawsuit from Acclaim for trademark confusion if they tried to release that game on a platform that had an NBA Jam game on it.
That is also definitely a possibility. The other possibility here is simply they found developers who are already working on a bunch of games and they're just basically slapping.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure that's a big part of what's going on.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, so GTEIM is going to be around for a hot minute, but yeah, these games are not going to go down in the annals of
even though it's not quite the proper pronunciation of the acronym. I am going to forever refer to them as Get 'em.
Get 'em, get 'em. And now their existence in history has been warranted. Okay, moving on to more traditional companies. Time Warner Interactive has expanded into the affiliated label biz by signing up Byron Price Multimedia Company Incorporated and will distribute products such as the Multimedia Cartoon Studio, Seinfeld Screensaver and Planner, The World of Toddy Pig, and the R. Crumb Screensaver and Companion.
The master of bookware is back, ladies and gentlemen. Byron Price, a name that if it isn't yet familiar from our 40-year jump, soon will be. Can't remember if he's come up yet. Now adapted to the multimedia age.
Oh, yeah. No, Byron Price hasn't shown up yet. It's right around the corner. But yeah, so they're still at it. And this was another interesting one because the affiliated label thing is really taking off at this point. We're going to have a few more affiliated label stories this session because everybody is like, okay, well, if we're not going to be the publisher, at least let's be the affiliated label. And there's so many of these companies who want to get product out there at this point. And it's just, piggyback on it. Piggyback.
There are so many startups and it's such a different technology space that it's just so much easier to go this route. I mean, even Electronic Arts, which is a video game company, really, and has had an affiliated label program. I mean, they originated the affiliated label concept in video games. In the 90s, they put a big emphasis on using their affiliated label program to sign up multimedia product. So even the companies embedded in this business are finding this the most expedient way to get multimedia product immediately.
Exactly. And so this is, we're going to see a lot of this. Oh, and we will be talking about Time Warner Interactive again later in the show. So now let's go to a more traditional computer game company. GameTech has announced a line of multimedia experience CD-ROMs. The first being a 2-disc 20th anniversary Saturday Night Live disc set, which will be followed by full-length movies like Metropolis and Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah, GameTech has always been, as a publisher, more kind of known for the properties it gets licenses to than the actual games it puts out. So I guess it kind of makes sense that their response to multimedia would not be, let's figure out a game we can make, but would rather be, let's figure out how we can use our contacts to get some rights to some stuff and put it on CD-ROM so it's multimedia.
Exactly. And I mean, it's kind of a cool concept to, Saturday Night Live works well because it's short sketch clips. You don't need to have the whole section, the whole episode. You can just pick and choose. And in a pre-YouTube era, if you wanted to rewatch like an old Phil Hartman sketch from '86, there wasn't really a good option for that.
Yeah.
So this was actually a pretty good concept for a product. Now, I couldn't find any evidence that the other titles ever show up, and obviously Metropolis and Night of the Living Dead have one thing in common. They're both in the public domain.
Yeah. Yes.
They're like, no, these are cult classics. No, they're public domain. You don't have to pay for anything for them.
Hooray.
That's why you're doing this.
Yes.
Okay, now, no one is going bigger than it seems than Disney, which showed off dozens of products at CES. And here we're talking about Summer CES in Chicago. We'll be getting back to that in a moment. A variety of CD-ROM activity programs based on Disney properties, as well as games such as Lion King and Mickey Mania, Home Improvement. Oh, there's a classic. The Great Circus Mystery starring Mickey and Minnie, Bonkers, Mickey's Playtown Adventure, Beauty and the Beast, Legend of Illusion, Mickey's Blast into the Past, A Year at Pooh Corner, and more were all announced at CES.
If only they had realized back then they could just put them all in one game and call it Kingdom Hearts. So much easier. But anyway, no, this is, it's no surprise that Disney is going in so strong. I mean, they've already been fairly strong in video games already. So that part of it is kind of just a continuation of what they've been doing since the beginning of the decade. But, multimedia is being touted as the education wave of the future. Educational stuff being touted as stuff that every kid needs to have. Disney already marketing to all of the kids, this idea of having these activity programs and things like that on CD-ROM, which have some kind of educational value to them according to the marketing and the hype that's going on in multimedia, and have those familiar Disney characters. It's just a potential gold mine. And I'm sure that if they, for instance, say released an activity CD-ROM based on their latest and greatest hit, The Lion King, for Christmas, it will be an unqualified success for everyone involved, Carl. No problems whatsoever.
Are you trying to maybe hint at the fact that releasing a product that doesn't quite work on these newfangled multimedia PCs could lead to disappointment?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Carl. I'm sure once we get to the December 1994/January 1995 jumps, my view on the brilliance of this will be completely vindicated.
Well, considering that they have already announced that there will be an activity set program for The Lion King, the big summer hit. I mean, well, one of the big summer hits.
It's going to be huge, Carl. It's going to be huge. It's going to be the greatest.
It will be huge.
It will be the greatest activity set that has ever been done for a computer, Carl.
Yeah, if you can get it to work. Now, and Disney here isn't just important because of the sheer number of products that they're showing, but it's also important because these products are coming from such a multitude of different companies.
Yes.
I mean, Disney is presenting them under one banner at CES, but I mean, you got Beauty and the Beast is coming from, I believe it's Hudson. I mean, you've got Sega making games here. You've got ImageSoft making games. You've got Virgin making games here. It's just all over the place.
Yeah.
And I mean, you've got multiple games from different companies, different developers, different publishers, really, all using Mickey, for example. It's kind of crazy. And there's going to be a little bit of saturation in the market, I think, here.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
But, oh well. They'll know what they're doing. It's Disney. They've never been missed.
None of it will matter once that Lion King activity CD corners the market at Christmas,
exactly.
Carl. It's going to be great.
That's all they're going to do, yeah. And for those listening who don't know the story already, we are not exaggerating how much we're talking about this, because that will be a huge story. Okay. And the weirdest of them all is Blockbuster is buying Virgin Interactive. So, Alex, I know you love your corporate shenanigans, so
let's do it.
Let's strap in. Now, let's see if we can follow this. Blockbuster, the video rental chain, owns 19.9% of Virgin Interactive Entertainment, the video game division of the Virgin Empire. VIE, Virgin Interactive, as I'll call it, just had big success with Aladdin on Genesis and The Seventh Guest. Blockbuster is going to buy a further 55% of the stock directly from Virgin founder Richard Branson, as well as other shareholders. The company is not public, and plans to take VIE public have fallen through due to market conditions. Okay, there was basically the stock market troubles, blah, 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 leading to the fact that they were like, okay, let's not do the flotation. Blockbuster will then sell its entire stake in VIE, so we're talking about 75% of the company, to Spelling Entertainment, the makers of 90210, for example, Beverly Hills 90210, in exchange for shares in Spelling Entertainment worth $165 million. Blockbuster is already the majority shareholder of Spelling Entertainment, and this would boost their ownership from 70.5% to 77%. Virgin will get $125 million in cash out of the deal and retain a 10% stake in Virgin Interactive Entertainment. The remaining 15% of Virgin Interactive Entertainment will stay with its current owner, toy giant Hasbro.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is basically Blockbuster trying to do what Netflix would successfully do a couple of decades later, with the added wrinkle of everyone believing multimedia and the merging of interactive entertainment with Hollywood's, the Siliwood stuff, was also going to be important to the future. So Blockbuster's investing in Spelling Entertainment because it has made numerous hit shows. Obviously, 90210 is the talk of the town at this exact moment, but it's not nearly the only hit they've ever had because, they've fallen into what's better than being the seller, or in this case, the renter of the end product, is making the product and controlling it all through the chain. And so they want to get involved in production because that's where the real money is. And so they're getting involved in spelling, but they also see this multimedia future that everyone's talking about coming along. And so they also want a multimedia company as part of their multimedia empire. So they'd invested in Virgin. Now they've invested more in Virgin and are then transferring it to Spelling because as their subsidiary, because it's going to be part of their kind of multimedia solution to getting into where the real money is. And I'm sure that'll all work out just swell for Blockbuster. Yeah.
Blockbuster is... They have the entire world at their fingertips. Nintendo has finally caved, as we will see, or talk about more extensively. They really don't need to be doing this because the moment they become producers of content, that's when the existing producers of content are like, wait a second, you're the ones renting our content, but you're also our competitor?
Uh-huh.
Stay in your lane, boys. Yeah. But you're right. Netflix actually manages to pull this off to a certain extent. As long as you don't look too deeply into their financials. And,
But of course, Netflix had a very different situation, right? Because they got a bunch, unlike, with Blockbuster, who has to go out and get the new movie every time it releases. Netflix got a bunch of ridiculously cheap streaming rights, long-term streaming deals from a bunch of companies for nothing because nobody realized what the value of streaming was. And so they kind of had a timeline. They were like, okay, we know we're going to lose all of our biggest properties by this time, so all we have to do is take all of that money we're making on, these ridiculous licensing deals and ramp up our production enough that by the time they expire, we don't need them anymore. And it mostly worked. I mean, I know they've had their ups and downs, but it mostly worked. And it was a big gamble, but it was a gamble where they kind of knew where they stood and knew that they could weather a retaliation. Blockbuster was not in the same kind of position when they decided to go toe-to-toe with their suppliers.
No, that's very, very true. And you are right. Netflix, I mean, it could have gone way, way wrong, but ultimately the suppliers were going to pull the supply on them. It was just a matter of time. Because what Netflix was doing seemed replicable until, of course, you become Peacock. Now,
I mean, it's just, it's kind of funny, but it's just like, which ties back to early video game history. It's just like, the media companies never want to deal with the new media. And so they give those rights away until it becomes big. And then they take them all back. That's what they did with 8 tracks and compact cassettes in the late 70s and early 80s. They farmed all that stuff out to companies like GRT, which then ended up getting into the video game business and was the computer game business and was the start for Jim Levy, who went on to co-found Activision. It's like, it's just, that's what the media companies do. They let other people figure out the new frontiers and don't seem to care if they lose a little money in the process. And then when it's all figured out, they swoop in and profit ? It hasn't worked that way in the streaming wars, but it certainly worked that way with compact cassettes.
Definitely. Okay, and now there's one last sort of story I got to add here. So we talked earlier about the dual development idea that Fox was doing with PageMaster. Well, Philips has decided to take it one step further. So they have signed a deal with the TV show Thunder in Paradise. That's the weird Hulk Hogan, I guess, mercenaries in the swamps of Florida thing. I have no idea. Never watched it. I just remember some images of it. So they signed a deal with the company making that. And they produced an episode of the show that was specifically written to also be used as game footage.
Yeah.
So they got the writing teams for the game and writing teams for the show together to make this 2-hour episode with a bunch of extra scenes, of Hulk Hogan telling you that you lost or something. And they've also penned a deal with a company called Full Moon Entertainment to adapt their TV show Josh Kirby Time Warrior and their upcoming movie Arcade 2 to CDI titles.
Delightful.
Yeah, so if you've never heard of Arcade 2, it's because the movie doesn't exist. And Arcade 1 was this super low-budget horror movie about people getting stuck in an arcade game and fighting for their lives. And Josh Kirby was this kid show with this horrible alien puppet, and this kid is basically a time-traveling version of Last Starfighter. It makes no sense. So all I have to say is Phillips is grabbing at some really, really thin straws here.
Because they're kind of taking what's left. I mean, that's the problem, right? I mean, all of the media companies are now like the big media companies. The MGMs, the Disneys, the Foxes of the world have decided that they're getting in on this on their own because they don't want to miss out. But the companies that were already in the multimedia space and are kind of hanging on for dear life, like the 3DOs and Philipses of the world, also don't want to lose their toehold. But it means that now they have to scrape the absolute bottom of the barrel for content. Yeah.
And, I just thought about it, but one of our 7 Minutes in Heaven contenders was Jurassic Park by Ocean. And yes. The Jurassic Park license is spread out pretty wide. There's a 3DO game. There's Sega doing their own completely different designs for the Genesis. But Ocean, which is was one of the big innovators in licensing TV shows and movies for video game adaptations, starting in the early 80s. They only have 2 licenses left. They'll have Jurassic Park 1, and they will do Dennis the Menace a little bit later in the year. And Dennis the Menace will be the last movie license Ocean works on. They're going to be around for a few more years after that, but they never get another movie license. And the Siliwood era really is what has killed that model for them. I mean, it's kind of weird to think about because we'll talk about how much money Jurassic Park spin-offs and merchandise is producing this later in the episode. That's a huge success for them. You would think, okay, they've got to keep going with it. Nobody is ever going to let those rights away again to a company the size of Ocean. And yeah, it's the end of an era right here.
Indeed. Speaking of the end of an era, as the transition to the video game industry's new lobbying group continues, SPA and shareware makers resist ISDA.
The newly agreed upon video game rating system that is to be administered by the newly formed Interactive Software Developers Association has ruffled feathers with the Software Publishers Association and various primarily shareware groups. The SPA, the long-standing trade organization for the software industry, largely controlled by the application software makers, doesn't like the idea of video game companies having so much say over ratings and also doesn't want every program to have to be rated prior to sale. Instead, opting for a self-categorization system that would only be reviewed in case of complaints. The Shareware Association, such as the Shareware Trade Association and Resources and the Association of Shareware Authors and Distributors, object to the ISDA's reported $500 per game rating fee, which in the case of many shareware titles would not be feasible to pay.
Yeah, and, it's kind of important for the shareware companies because the internet's still in its infancy, as we've talked about. You can't do a lot of direct marketing through the internet. And so a lot of these, and the shareware market is getting ridiculously crowded. And so what a lot of these shareware companies are basically relying on is getting into what I like to call the ghetto aisle of the big box retailers like Best Buy and Circuit City, where they just kind of throw all the shareware discs in this little rack of shame, and they're just hoping that getting enough eyeballs on it will get enough people to take a chance. So they, at this point, they need that retail exposure. And obviously, they can't generally afford to pay that fee because most of these are really small-time guys that are just creating kind of junk.
Yeah. And
it's not all doom out there.
That's true. And if you think about it, I mean, we've talked about the comparisons with the comic book industry in the 1950s several times. What happened to any comic book back then that did not have the comic book seal of approval? Well, it didn't make it onto the newsstands. Yeah. And if the ISDA's rating system really does become the thing that the big box retailers demand, especially now that CD-ROM collections of shareware are going to just move this whole thing into a whole new size. I mean, Best Buy isn't. Best Buy is already a thing at this point, but I don't remember seeing one for quite a few more years after this. But these larger retailers like a Circuit City or something, they're not going to bother having a bunch of floppy disks with shareware programs.
Yeah.
Or if they do, it's like those racks with the shareware programs in these plastic folders, and stuff that jobbers were putting into the stores.
Exactly.
But the moment you move into CDs with, 100 games on there or 100 programs, suddenly Yeah, why not? It looks sophisticated. You can put it on the shelf. It's an impulse purchase on the way out or something. But if you need to have that ISDA, that'll kill it.
Exactly. Yeah. And then as for the SPA, I'm sure this is entirely a territorial pissing match, because I'm sure that the SPA, the logic they're following is, well, if all of these computer game makers need to have close interaction with the ESRB, which is, set up by the ISDA, then it's going to make them far more likely, if they have to have this close connection anyway, to jump ship and make the ISDA their lobbying organization and leave the SPA. And so I'm sure that is just entirely we don't want to lose our membership to this new organization. And if some of our members are beholden to this new organization in any way for any aspect of their business, it makes them far more likely to jump ship.
Well, there's that, but there's also a valid argument here, because right now they only represent software makers.
Yeah.
But the ISDA, two of the biggest members are Sega and Nintendo, which are not just software makers, but also hardware manufacturers.
Yep.
And so it's kind of like, how does the ISDA manipulate or negotiate with hardware manufacturers if the two biggest hardware manufacturers in that space are members of the thing? It's like having management be part of your union. Which was an actual conflict in the early days of unionization in the comic book industry, because there was an actual call to have Stan Lee become the head of the union. It was like, no, he's management. You can't do that. So, yeah, I see the valid argument there, because the interests of the software makers will conflict with that of the hardware makers.
Maybe. But the SPA already has its internal problem that is spurred the creation of the ISDA in the first place, which is that the needs of the giant application companies will always come before the needs of the small computer game companies. And so I feel like I feel like a lot of this is trying to lessen the influence that the ISDA has on its members, to prevent them from jumping ship. I still think that's probably more of an impetus.
We will be seeing a quote later on about neglected people in this episode. But yeah, clearly the video game makers got the software companies making video games and computer games were neglected by the SPA. Now they're leaving, and the SPA is like, don't leave. They won't represent you. Well, you're not the person to deliver that message. Because guess what? That's what you've been doing for 30 years or 20 years at this point.
Yeah.
So
exactly. Okay, turning our attention then to our CES coverage, since this is June, we will start with a little kind of prelude, a little setting the scene for what to expect at CES from a previous trade show as Nostalgia and Disappointment mar ECTS.
The European Computer Trade Show in London left many wanting. The show saw a wave of legacy sequels with Tempest 2000, Tetris 2, Super Drop Zone, Pitfall: The Mayan Adventure, Pac-Man 2: The New Adventures, and Asteroid Clone Super Stardust premiering. With the end of the 16-bit generation nearing, betting on classics seems to be a trend that is just getting started. New Super FX titles Vortex, Stunt Race FX, and Power Slide were all disappointing. Rise of the Robots, the arcade game, was shown off, and the first real impressions of how the game plays, with small 2D-looking sprites and stiff controls, left many wondering how the overhyped title will look in its final form. German magazine Powerplay did comment, though, that despite the poor quality of most of the games, Amiga users could still look forward to another year full of releases, mostly from English devs and publishers, including the amazing Rough and Tumble.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously there's a couple of things going on here. Obviously there's a market transition in progress, and companies are kind of withholding their big guns to debut or re-debut on the new systems. Also, I think we're just about at the point, if you do the math, not that I've ever been good at doing math, when the VCS players of yesteryear and arcade goers of yesteryear are now just getting to the point where some of them are starting to have children of video game playing age. And so it's kind of the perfect time to be like, remember Tempest? Remember Pitfall? Remember Pac-Man? Well, they're back, and now you can enjoy them with your kids as you enjoyed them yourself back in the day. I think there's probably some of that going on as well.
Oh, it really does add up. That is kind of just the right moment for it. It hits that nostalgia piece that you're talking about. I think also one of the factors here, and just to put this in perspective especially for American listeners, the European Computer Trade Show was really a huge event. That was the European equivalent of CES. And it was a huge deal, but that was back when the market was the ZX Spectrum, the Amstrad CPC, the Commodore 64, the Amiga, the Atari ST. When console games did not play a role in the European market, when the PC did not play a role. So the product that you would show at CES for sale to American retailers would have no place. And the stuff that you would show there would also have no market in Europe. So all these game makers, I mean, the Spanish, the French, the Italians, the Germans would all go to London to show off their wares. It really was a big event. But now the Amiga's dead, the Atari's dead, Commodore 64 is dead. I mean, again, talking about Jurassic Park, I looked it up again right before the show. Jurassic Park is the first movie license from Ocean that has not appeared on an 8-bit system. Mm-hmm. All their other ones, the last one before that was Cool World, that got an 8-bit conversions. RoboCop 3 got 8-bit conversions. But this is the first one where those systems are dead now. And so it's a huge, huge shift. So, what are they developing? They're developing PC games. Trip Hawkins shows up to this thing to try to promote 3DO. Sam Trammell is there showing off the Jaguar. It's all the same faces that you're going to get at CES. There's no real difference. There's a bunch of games that they do show, and there's a 7 Minutes in Heaven game that they showed off that. Oh, have you ever heard of the Ring Cycle?
The name sounds very familiar, though that could just be because of Wagner.
Exactly. Well, no, it's based off of that. It's by Mike Singleton of Lords of Midnight fame and Midwinter fame. I'm gonna have to put this on the list because this is, oh my god, this thing, I never played it before. I just watched a video of it. Oh my god, it's terrible. And there were some choice words about this game in Power Play magazine already from the preview of it. So yeah, we'll have to play it at some point because it is bad. Maybe just do it on a Saturday night on Discord. Oh, remember everybody, we do have a joint Discord channel for They Create Worlds and Video Game Newsroom Time Machine. Come and check us out. I'll put a link in the show notes. Whenever I'm doing work on the podcast, I try to always have the live stream on. So there's no fixed times, but check in. There's probably something going on. Okay.
Very good. Well, it's fitting that you would throw in a plug right there because you're not the only one plugging things right now as Bill Steely to return.
Friend of the show, Wild Bill Steely, co-founder of Microprose, was seen wandering the halls of ECTS, and German mag Playtime asked him where he has been. Candid as always, Bill told them that he is still bound by a non-compete until January and wishes Spectrum Holobyte all the best, as he is a major stockholder in the company. But he misses product and plans to start a new company called Interactive Magic.
Always good to mention Wild Bill. Still about my most favorite interview that I've ever done.
Oh yeah, no, he was amazing. I had a blast talking with him. And if you haven't heard my interview with him, just go into the archives. He's there. And yeah, Wild Bill is awesome. He's just a fun guy. And you can just tell. I mean, he does love the game. I mean, he's relaunched, or he's involved with the relaunch of Microprose. They're doing some very, very high-end, super sophisticated military simulation software. I believe it's an Israeli guy who grew up playing the Microprose games, who actually makes proper military simulations, and now he's doing quote-unquote dumbed-down versions for PC. So, it's a pretty cool endeavor, and fun stuff.
Absolutely. All right, now with that preamble over, it's time to turn our attention to all the announcements coming out of CES, starting with Howard Lincoln delivers CES keynote.
Nintendo of America Chairman Howard Lincoln opened this summer CES with a keynote that affirmed Nintendo's pleasure that an independent rating system has been established via the ISDA, comparing the video game industry's need for such a move to Hollywood in the 20s, and that healthy competition exists between the likes of Nintendo and Sega. He also took a jab at last year's keynote speaker 3DO founder Trip Hawkins, who claimed that a new system didn't need new software, by highlighting all the great new games like Donkey Kong Country, which was announced at the show, showed that without good software, even the best hardware would fail. But he also emphasized that the recently rechristened Ultra 64 will be the best tech too, and that it was, quote, right on schedule, end quote.
I wonder which schedule he was reading, but anywho, yeah, I mean, it's a big deal for Nintendo, for video games to be offered this slot of giving the keynote. Obviously, last year it was Trip Hawkins, who is kind of also in video games, but a little different because he was kind of touting a new future and a new way forward, whereas Howard Lincoln very much represents the old guard and the established guard. And yeah, it's gonna be a good CES for Nintendo, very much because of that Donkey Kong Country, because every sign throughout the year has been, the industry is falling apart, everyone's losing money, the new hope of machines like the 3DO and the Atari Jaguar have failed to materialize. Maybe the next generation with the Ultra 64 and the PlayStation, whatever the heck that's supposed to be, and all of this other stuff will revitalize the industry, and maybe it won't. But what do we have right now? Because the market's in turmoil, and the answer to what do we have right now ends up being Donkey Kong Country.
Exactly. Now, also, it's very funny because virtually all the CES reports that we're going to be talking about here are coming directly from press releases. Yeah. And there's a lot of them. Oh my God. I literally went through over 150 of these damn things. And the magazine articles about CES won't come out for another month or two.
Yeah.
But the big thing here is that they really try to put this positive spin on, oh yeah, we're really happy that we have the ISDA and stuff. If you remember back in December when they were in front of Congress, that was not Nintendo's stance. Howard Lincoln told them, no, we already do our own internal checking, and we don't need an industry standard because we are already, making sure that the little Johnnies of the world are not playing the nasty games, except, of course, when they're shooting stuff in one of our gun games. It's this 180 and trying to portray it as, the industry, everything's great. And no, we're not a monopoly. We like healthy competition and, and all this other stuff. It really is so disingenuous in many ways. Just reading it. And, it's like, oh, no, you need great games. Great games sell it. Oh, by the way, our next console is going to be the greatest hardware ever, and we should just talk about how great the hardware is because we don't have any games to show yet.
It's going to be huge. It's going to be the most amazing video game hardware you have ever seen. I've been talking to people. The engineers love it. The software developers love it. It's going to be big. It's going to be ours. You won't need another console after this because the Ultra 64 will have taken care of it for you.
Big, tall arcade machine came up to me. Strong arcade machine. Started crying, thanking me that I made the Ultra 60. No, okay. Okay. Yeah. So, speaking of which, side note here, because Nintendo does end up showing off Killer Instinct and Cruisin' USA, 2 arcade machines, behind closed doors. And this is kind of
because they're lying and saying it has Ultra 64 hardware in it when it doesn't.
Of course.
And so they can't publicize those machines. They can't put those machines through too much scrutiny or people going to find out.
Well, they're going to end up on the arcade floors pretty quickly, and we're all going to be like, that looks weird. That doesn't look like it's running on the same hardware. Those 2 games have nothing in common.
Yeah.
And they didn't. Yeah. And Cruisin' USA wasn't already in development for like a year and a half at that point, way before this. But oh well. They announced a $184 million ad budget for the year, including their Play It Loud campaign. Which, clearly not a response to the Sega Scream.
And I think I've mentioned this when we've talked about this campaign in other episodes, but, George Harrison, who was not the head of marketing at the time, but was in marketing at the time and later became head of marketing, said, we were of course obviously trying to, out Sega, and we should have never tried it because it just jars way too much with the Nintendo image and it just doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just like all those, we've talked about it as well. They're fake article ads where it's, oh, Sega's just, full of hot air and stuff. It's like, dude, just don't. Don't play that game.
It's not you. Be yourself. Be secure in who you are.
Yes. Find your happy place, Nintendo. It's bright, shiny colors. Leave the dark stuff to Sega.
Indeed.
Yeah. So, Rare and DMA Design are working on games for the Ultra 64, so hey, everything's good. Lincoln also gave an interview to Billboard magazine. Now, this interview is really, really good because Billboard is really asking him questions for their audience of retailers, which is something that you don't get from the normal magazines or newspaper ads. And so this idea of, how will the product, fit in with retail is very interesting. Because he has no good answers, unfortunately. But, Lincoln, I really wish I could interview Lincoln. I want to interview the man so much. It's just, he's a lawyer through and through, but also, yeah. So Lincoln gives this interview to Billboard where he suddenly acknowledges that there are, in fact, a lot of older gamers. Again, something that apparently he's learned since December. And
everyone at Nintendo of America learned about that when Yamauchi yelled at them in Business Week.
Yeah. And listen, everybody, if you're just starting now, we did a wonderful commentary track for the December congressional hearings on video game violence. You can find it on the YouTube channel. Go check it out. Very, very insightful. Yeah, and that the demographic is growing, and he disses 3DO and CDI really badly. He's like, like totally dismissive of the platforms.
I have to believe everyone in the industry is getting some schadenfreude out of Trip Hawkins failing, because, Trip Hawkins, he tried very much to be the Steve Jobs of the video game industry, kind of this messianic figure that is always showing what the next way forward in video games are. And, of course, he worked directly for Steve Jobs, so that's not an accident. And I think there's probably a little schadenfreude going on here now that the 3DO has failed, because, obviously, they're always going to be quick to jump on a competitor in this cutthroat industry. But I think the fact that it is the messianic Trip Hawkins that has stumbled has made that schadenfreude even greater.
Well, and just think about it. I mean, he's running around after he was the one who led EA to reverse engineer the Genesis, to try to break the whole system that was underpinning it of, you pay us to make the cards, this keeps, everything somehow in check. And he comes up with this system where it's like, we're going to just license it out. It's only going to cost $3, not $20 per game for the license and stuff. But it ends up breaking everything because the damn console now costs $700.
Yeah. And, and I think he truly was sincere. I mean, obviously, Trip Hawkins is a bit of a self-promoter and a bit of he's a businessman, first and foremost. But, I've heard enough stories from people that were at EA, not just Trip talking, but other people at EA talking about Trip, about how much he hated the controls that Nintendo and Sega and all the others exerted over console developers. Like, I really think that, aside from the fact that he was hoping to create a whole new business model that would profit him, I do think he had some kind of moral outrage about how the system worked and really did want to try to break that grip. But the problem is, sometimes control exists for a reason. Like, sorry, all you libertarians out there, but sometimes there has to be an adult in the room that comes in and says, no, we got to structure it this way, and you have to give me this share of things, or the whole system breaks down and it's anarchy. And, this is an example of that for sure.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. And I do not doubt his sincerity for a moment.
Yeah.
And I really do think that, especially coming from the computer field, coming from this idea of, disruption and try new things to make the world better and let the market figure out, which products really are the best, would have been something that he's coming from Apple with. Having worked there around the time of the Macintosh launch and stuff.
I tell you what, Carl, I can't wait till he finally gets his memoir out, because then he'll start doing interviews again, and then he will be on your show, because he talks to everybody. He's just talking to nobody right now because he's writing his memoir.
And that's what he told me 2 years ago when I asked for an interview. He said, I'm doing this as soon as it's over. And I just need to see if he says, okay, it's a maximum of 60 minutes. I'm going to be like, okay, I'm going for it.
That won't happen. It's possible his personality or his time commitments have changed, but I interviewed him on 2 separate occasions, and both of those were 2-hour-plus interviews. He's not going to limit you to 60 minutes.
If he doesn't, dude, I'm doing the whole career. If he does, it's all 3DO all the time. I can bypass EA completely, except for some biographical data. But I've got so many questions about 3DO because I understand what he's trying to do, and I'd like to know what metrics, what market research did he do that said $700 was going to be an acceptable price? Because my gut feeling, and this is just my wild prediction, wild guess, is that he underestimated the number of adult high-end gamers. He was too deep into that Apple-like world of people with stock options and stuff and massive amounts of disposable cash that he thought there's going to be a large enough group of people who are like, oh, the latest and greatest, I'll drop 700. It feels like a Macintosh move.
Yeah.
But I'd have to talk to him about it, because that's the moment. It's when he figures out it's going to be $700 and doesn't change the business model. It feels like the same thing if we're going to launch the Macintosh against the Commodore 64 and people will buy it just because it's better.
Yeah, well, just remember to wear your best litigator pants when you interview Tripp, because you will have to use all of your lawyerly examination tricks to get him off of his canned narrative. I will say
they're not
that.
tricks. I'm simply a very curious man. That's all there is to it.
You will need to bring all your training to bear. And I'm saying this in a semi-facetious way, but it really is true. You will need to use your skills, which are abundant, in order to get him off of his canned narrative.
I've listened to enough of his interviews to know which by rote recollections I will receive and where to ask poignant questions. But, oh well, okay, let's move on from this.
Yes.
One more sentence. One more side thing here about Howard Lincoln. He is also, in this Billboard interview, he's also asked about Nintendo's reversal on supplying games to rental stores. And he just acknowledges that they started supplying in May. It's like one short sentence. That's it. He wants to move on from this topic because, as listeners of the show will know, this is a battle going back years. We talked about it years ago already, how Nintendo, they went to DC. There's legislation passed. It's a huge, big deal. Nintendo tried to get rentals of video game cartridges stopped. And finally, they've had to bite the bullet because they've just lost too much market share to Sega to now avoid that market too would just be cutting off their knees.
Absolutely. All right, Carl, it's time to go through those CES announcements. Again, we'll get most of the retrospective coverage in later jumps. This is mostly going to be from press releases, starting with Acclaim announces Turok.
The first third-party game announced for Nintendo's Ultra 64 was Turok Dinosaur Hunter by Acclaim. The game is based on the Valiant comic of the same name and will utilize Acclaim's cutting-edge motion capture technology that we have mentioned was wowing people at various computer graphic trade shows.
Yeah, of course, Acclaim at this time, they're about to have a very big fall from grace, but Acclaim at this time, one of the biggest third-party developers and publishers, I should say, and really the only one of the huge third-party publishers that is both American and closely wedded to Nintendo, because the other big one's Electronic Arts, who, makes all of their biggest money on the Genesis. And so, this had to be the first third-party announcement because this is one of the few big companies that are supporting the Ultra 64 from day one. A lot of them have shied away for reasons we've talked about in other episodes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the decision to go with carts, that alone, that cost factor is probably scaring a lot of people away. And Acclaim, as my interview with Mr. Fischbach shows, they've invested a lot of money in that motion capture system, a lot of money in 3D graphics. They bought Valiant Comics in order to secure IP because they lost their Midway contract. They're not going to have the next NBA Jam. They're going to have one more Mortal Kombat 2, but Mortal Kombat 3 won't be theirs. They need to develop new properties. And, Nintendo is also not going to have as many third parties as they wanted. I've got a feeling that behind the scenes, Nintendo is already feeling that crunch. As we've already said, a lot of big Japanese developers, Capcom, Konami, and so forth, are already developing for the PlayStation. And Nintendo has got to be feeling that. The Genesis already chipped away at them in a big way. Sony coming in is going to chip away at them even more. And so, they want to grab as many of the players that they can get. And Acclaim is going to jump on board. As Fischbach said, they were going to try to wow everybody with those 3D graphics.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Oh, and a little side note here, since we are talking about media and IP, Malibu Comics has signed a deal with Sony ImageSoft to bring Prime and Firearm to the Sega CD. If you've never heard of those two characters before, it's because they were truly the products of the comic book bubble. Again, we'll talk about that a little bit more later. It's burst by now. Spoiler alert. And these characters are basically throwaways. Prime is still going to come out as a Sega CD game on a CD that's mainly interviews with the creators and a really bad side-scrolling beat 'em up. And it's not going to go anywhere. But just give an idea that the bookware or media property bubble is really going in all directions at this point.
Absolutely. But of course, Nintendo and its third parties not the only ones announcing titles, as the 3DO to show 25 titles at CES.
Trip Hawkins won't let Howard Lincoln keep him down. Trip told reporters that with 60 titles available around the world, the 3DO has a larger library than the SNES or Genesis did in the first 9 months of their lives, and that the quality of upcoming titles such as Shockwave, Road Rash, FIFA International Soccer, Need for Speed, Demolition Man, Way of the Warrior, and Off-World Interceptor deliver on the 3DO promise. 3DO now has an affiliated label program and its own games publisher, Studio 3DO. Babbage's and Software Etc. both seem to be excited about the system, at least according to quotes in 3DO's press release.
It's like, yeah, you've got a lot of titles coming out. We'll take them all and try to sell them and then send them back to you and not pay you if they don't sell. I mean, what do they got to lose by saying, hooray, there's more titles in our stores?
Exactly. I mean, there are some decent titles here. I mean, obviously, Road Rash and Need for Speed are going to be huge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Way of the Warrior, less so. And the 60 titles available around the world that's quite literally the way it's described, is a cheeky way of doing it, because a lot of those titles are Japanese exclusives that won't be able to be sold anyplace else. A
bit naughty sometimes, bit naughty.
A bit naughty, and just kind of, I mean, it's like, I think there's like 3 or 4 Mahjong games at this point.
Yeah.
But hey, it's, he's got to keep promoting it at this point. I mean, he's putting his own money up. I mean, there's an article about how, well, we'll talk about it a little bit later, but it's getting tight, and the clock is ticking.
Absolutely, but don't worry, because Japanese devs support 3DO.
Several high-profile Japanese developers have announced titles for the 3DO, including Capcom with Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Konami with Police Knots, and Koei with Nobunaga's Ambition. And so, I mean, the fact that each one of them is only announcing one title should tell you pretty much all you need to know, which is they probably signed something at some point. And Panasonic is probably putting a little bit of pressure on them to, support us a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah. But I mean, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo on the 3DO is an excellent version of the game. Granted, that 3-button controller is not going to cut it, and you'll have to buy an extra controller to play it properly. But, minor technicality.
Indeed. And I can't wait to see how you report on this one, Carl, as Gold Star launches 3DO system.
Yes, Korean company Gold Star, also known as this was Panasonic, right? I keep getting Panasonic is who's
Matsushita.
Matsushita.
Panasonic's
That's
Gold Star
that's
is
the
just
Japanese.
Gold Star.
Gold Star. Nowadays LG. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Gold Star has launched their own 3DO system, no price given in the press release. And because I was trying to catch up on some of these stories from my parents-in-law house over the weekend, I forgot to write up a story on it. So all you need to know is that Gold Star is now the second manufacturer to actually launch a 3DO system. Remember, then they originally started licensing the hardware design. A whole mess of companies had said that they were going to launch it, but so far it's only been 2. And Gold Star is primarily doing this, as far as I can tell, for the sake of getting some more experience in the high-tech sector to get a foothold in something other than VCRs and televisions and the like.
Yeah, I think that's probably why. I mean, we talked about this a little before in other jumps, but I think that's basically why there are a lot of Korean companies that signed on to 3DO. And I think that was probably the logic of all of them. This gives us experience in how this whole thing works.
Exactly, yeah. Without having to make an NES clone or something.
Exactly. All right, moving on then to Atari as Jaguar games and peripherals on show.
Atari showed off 25 titles for the Jaguar, both their own and from third parties, as well as their dual-speed CD-ROM drive add-on. The CD-ROM add-on is to be available by the fourth quarter of 1994 and retail for $199.95. Spoiler alert, they're not going to make that date. It's going to hit retail the same day as the PSX in 1995.
That's a great comp to go up against if you're the Jaguar.
Yeah. And I just know this because I applied for a Christmas job at Software Etc. the day it came out. So we've got them showing that off now. Atari is also celebrating that they now have over 150 Jaguar developers, including such companies as 20th Century Fox Interactive, Factor 5, and Rage Software, and some lesser known such as Disk Image, Riedel Software Productions, and Spaceball Technologies. And if you don't know what some of those companies are, well, Spaceball made these weird trackball joypad things that were really, really messed up.
They were also the makers of Spaceballs the toilet paper and Spaceballs the flamethrower. Right, Carl?
Merchandising. No. Yeah, I was just like, who the hell are these guys? And then I looked them up and I recognized those weird ball controllers. It's like this giant ball on the side of it. But yeah, doesn't really matter. It was interesting. There's also some oddball companies like Softgold, GmbH, is a German, mainly distributor of games. I mean, they were like a local distributor that would buy up software licenses back in the day. And Software 2000 was a strategy game maker, best known in the West for Pizza Connection, as sort of this comedy resource management where you had to build up a pizza joint chain with lots of mob ties and stuff built in. It's kind of weird. I mean, it's all, for the most part, third-rate companies. I mean, Factor 5 could have done something interesting with the hardware, but, I mean, they're just developing for everybody at this point.
Indeed.
So, yeah.
But it is not just CD-ROM and tons and tons of developers that Atari can tout for the Jaguar as Jaguar goes multiplayer online.
The Jaguar Voice Data Communicator will allow two players using just one phone line to play games while talking to or listening to each other. The communicator is based on tech from Phylon Inc., a voice fax modem tech company. The system will use headsets to enable voice communication and enable stereo game sound. A call waiting function will allow the game to be stopped on both ends so others can use the phone line. Atari said the first games planned to use the tech are Doom, Club Drive, and Iron Soldier.
Yes. No doubt.
Yeah, well, I mean, the communicator actually does get created. It gets canceled in 1995, but about 100 do get made, and the fans have been able to snap up some of them. The only game that supports it, according to the Wikipedia page, is Ultra Vortec, and they did release a LAN adapter, so you could connect two Jaguars up to one another, and that actually does get supported by Air Cars, Battlesphere, and Doom. So you could play multiplayer Jaguar with two devices, so that did happen. It's just not something that most of the systems supported because it probably would have been good to have that on day one.
Indeed. So yeah, there's a lot in the works, and believe me, Atari is bullish on their ability to deliver it all as Atari finances sound for 94.
Counter to Wall Street speculation, Atari has assured investors and the media that they are sufficiently capitalized for their plans for 1994 with over $30 million in liquid assets. Their plan to get 300,000 Jaguars and a series of new titles on store shelves will not flounder due to money concerns.
This is, of course, they have these liquid assets because they've been getting some nice patent payoffs going. But let me see. Let me check. I believe, what did we say that Nintendo's marketing spend will be for the year? Let's see, $184 million. Just the marketing spend. And Jaguar, Atari's like, we have $30 million. We can totally run a modern cutting-edge best-selling video game hardware company with $30 million in liquid assets.
Well, I mean, and 300,000 consoles. I mean, come on.
Whoo!
Yeah.
Man. Barn burner.
Yeah. Again, everybody can check out my interview with Leonard Trammell about this, and when you look at the numbers, his explanation for why they end up shutting the company down in 95 makes a lot of sense. It's just, what are you going to do? Keep running until you absolutely hit zero, or do you just cut your losses? And
indeed.
There's no way for them to even begin to try to compete at this point.
No, not at all. Meanwhile, Sega is looking to get into some new markets as Sega looks to the younger set.
Sega Club and Sega Toys, two relatively new divisions of Sega, will be targeting younger consumers. Sega Club will develop activity toy software for the Genesis, and Sega Toys will make products like the Pico and IR7000 electronic organizers. And again, I mean, it's we talked already about Sega a little bit, but this idea of having to expand the market to be able to do more than just the teenage and young adult men is becoming a bigger and bigger issue. I didn't include it in here, but there was a big article, I think it was in the New York Times, about trying to. Oh no, sorry, we're still going to get to it. Sorry, still going to get to it. But yeah, the expansion of demographics is a huge issue that gets also talked about a lot in the multimedia range of, can we finally bring women in? Can we finally appeal to an older audience, et cetera, et cetera?
And now a little bit of a let me think of a better transition than that. And of course, even with all of the attention being paid to multimedia and online play, that old technology standby of VR is still trying to gain traction, as well as VictorMax shows off first consumer-level VR.
CyberMax, with 2 X's, is the $699 VR headset for home PCs by VictorMax, also with 2 X's. The system sports 505 by 230 resolution per eye screens.
Ooh. $700, because if it worked because it worked so well for 3DO.
Exactly.
So we can definitely charge that much for a peripheral.
Yeah. And we need to remember here, the average computer at this point is struggling to produce decent imagery on a 320 by 200 screen. If your PC now has to produce good 3D at 505 by 230 twice per update, there's virtually no PC around that's going to actually be able to keep up with that resolution ask. It's kind of insane. But hey, it's the first commercial one, as far as I can tell, that actually tries to do 3D. Tries to do head tracking and everything else.
Right.
Very much ahead of its time.
Well, and this is why, virtual reality is always, 5 years away from arriving in the mainstream. And it's for this reason. It's because it's always so expensive. And because in order to get it at a price that even high-end consumers, people that have more money and are willing to spend more money, will be willing to spend on it, it's always lagging behind the latest in regular graphics technology anyway, in terms of resolution and this kind of thing, because otherwise it would be completely untenable. But all that means is that you're always paying an exorbitant amount of money for yesterday's technology. They can never get it to the point where you're paying a reasonable amount of money for today's technology. And that's why VR, despite the fact that every few years it gets hyped again because of the immersion, it's why it can never actually get anywhere, is because you can never offer it with the latest technology at a competitive price point. Ever. Maybe someday, but not now. Maybe someday we'll just get to the point where computer graphics are as realistic as what your 2 eyeballs show you in the real world. Then you can start, getting to the point where VR can work. But until then, and that day may never come, but until we get to that point, I just don't see how it could ever be viable.
No, and you're completely accurate. As long as you have to produce twice as much visual data as a normal one-screen game setup,
yeah,
it'll never look as good. It can't look as good. And then you add to the fact that it's cumbersome to put on. You have to go through all the hassle of making sure you're not going to stumble into stuff, etc., etc. By the time you have it set up, you've wasted too much time. It's the reason why I have a virtual pinball table next to me, but if I just want to play a quick game of pinball, that I've got a tablet or I've got a pinball arcade or whatever other program on my computer. It's faster, it's quicker, it's more convenient, and I don't have to worry about it. It's sad, but it's true. Convenience at the end of the day for something like gaming cannot be overstated.
Absolutely. But that won't stop companies from trying. Then a bit of peripheral news. Get fit with your SNES.
Life Fitness and Nintendo announced the Life Cycle, a stationary bike that connects to an Super Nintendo. The product would launch under the name Exertainment.
Yep. Just goes to show that, nothing new under the sun. It didn't. Wii Fit wasn't the first time that somebody tried to turn a Nintendo product into an exercise platform.
Yeah, well, I mean, we actually just talked about an exercise bike attached to a video game system in the 40-year jumps. I mean, this has been done before. It's not new. And I mean, it's not a terrible idea. The best implementation is going to come. What was the name of that Sega arcade game where you're on a flying bike and the faster you pedal?
Oh, that was Namco, but it's Prop Cycle.
Oh, it was Namco. Yeah.
Prop Cycle. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was so much fun. I had a blast with that damn thing. Okay. Now, since we're dealing with the weird controllers, there's also that infamous baseball bat controller. Can't remember the name of it. It's not really important. And there's also the Interactor. The one, basically it's vibrations on your back and stuff. All the normal crap you expect at the end of a video game life cycle.
Exactly. But it's not just a console cycle that's nearing its end, because we have some pretty poignant news about the Consumer Electronics Show itself, as Summer CES 95 gets new home.
The next Summer CES is set to move to Philadelphia. The change from Chicago is supposed to begin a yearly wandering of the show. The show will also be renamed CES Interactive to highlight the growing dependence of the summer show on video games and computer technology.
Yeah, so the 94 Summer CES was the infamous CES where, the video game industry had kind of just completely had enough. They were treated as second-class citizens. They were kind of Johnny-come-latelys in that field, so they weren't getting the prime convention space, and finally suffered the final ignominy of being placed in tents, at least according to Tom Kalinske. And this was CES's attempt to make it right, because they did understand that even though this was the new money, this was a lot of what was propelling them. And they also knew that the video game industry had its own trade show now and had the ability to pursue alternatives as a unified force. And so this kind of new Summer CES was, it wasn't just a name change. Like, it was really going to be, it was being marketed at least as, we are going to make video games the star. Like, this is really going to be your show. The January show will be for the rest of the industry, and this show will be your show. But as we'll see as we go along, it's these overtures are going to be too little and too late.
Yeah, I mean, they when you look at pictures, especially of the 93 show, and it looks dire. It's, you can just tell it literally is a tent set up on a parking lot. And yeah, they're like, wait, dude, we're the big dogs now. What? No. And so E3 is just going to kill them. E3 is coming next year. It's going to wipe them out. The Summer CES 95 gets canceled. The 96 Summer CES is set for Orlando, but only a fraction of traditional participants show up. So it gets canceled. 97 is going to be held together with Comdex in Atlanta, but only a few dozen exhibitors signed up. So it too was canceled. And 1998 saw the show go once a year in Vegas. So yep. CES is no longer going to be a twice a year show at that point.
Yep. And it's no longer going to be a show that really matters very much at all to the video game industry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some companies, on the periphery or that are involved in multiple areas of things may still sometimes show up there, but it's no longer going to be a video game event.
Exactly. And I mean, yeah, it's kind of sad that it's decoupled from the hardware and from the other applications in the home, because you won't have that immediate sign of how they're supposed to interact with one another. I mean, decoupling television technology from video games is a little bit dangerous, especially now in the age of smart TVs, for example, and so forth. But, video games are just going to do their own thing.
Absolutely. And that's all the CES news for now, though we will certainly have more coming down the pike once the gaming magazines and the newspapers start reviewing their impressions of the show. So now we will very briefly turn our attention to coin-op news with a single story there. Redemption comes under suspicion in Oklahoma.
4 ticket dispensing redemption games have been seized from an arcade in Oklahoma over accusations that the games violate the state's anti-slot machine laws. The industry is banding together to fight this, especially given its increasing reliance on just such machines.
Oh yeah, can't lose the redemption games, can't lose the tickets. That is what, even though those aren't the big sexy products, those are the consistent money earners that are keeping a lot of arcades and family entertainment centers afloat in this time period where the home market is quickly catching up with what you can do in the arcade with things like video games.
Oh, definitely. I mean, and let's face it, you buy the redemption game once, you are not buying new software to put in that cabinet every 3 to 4 months anymore. It's just a whole different ballgame. But yeah, this was an interesting article in Playmeter, trade publication, because you can almost palpably feel the angst. It's like, oh wait, what happens if we lose redemption?
Yeah,
it's a freaky moment for them suddenly.
Yeah, that's pretty scary for sure. Okay, turning our attention then to console news, starting specifically with next-generation console news. Devs sign up to support 32X.
After Sega's Sega Summit in Florida, quote, 25 software publishers have joined the first wave of major video game software companies committed to publishing software for the 32X.
Yeah, so I mean, particularly some of the British, developers have talked in Retro Gamer and whatnot about, supporting the 32X. And I do think there was a lot of feeling that there were a lot of companies that really made their bones on Sega, companies that had been primarily involved in PC, who had been kind of left out of Nintendo's console ecosystem and had their first opportunity to make it in this larger world of video game publishing thanks to Sega. And so I think there were a lot of developers that felt that they should return that favor by continuing to support Sega. I know that's true specifically in the case of some of the British companies, and I'm sure it's probably true of some others as well. And so, again, it's easy to get a dev to sign up and say, sure, we'll support this thing. It's a lot harder to actually narrow them down on a specific product with a specific release because they can make these commitments early and they're usually super easy to get out of if things don't go according to plan.
Well, definitely. And I think also the 32X being, not the super complex hardware. I mean, probably for a lot of the smaller devs would have meant, what? Our development costs are not going to jump as dramatically. Because this was another thing that came out of the ECTS. So many of the British and European developers are finding it difficult to scale up the game development strategies that they've had so far. And we'll be talking about just how big this is getting with Siliwood and so forth. And they just don't have that venture capital behind them. They don't have all this stuff. So the idea of, well, we don't have to make massive 3D models with all these textures and everything else and all these big production values, maybe we can still get by with relatively small games, would be appealing to them on a platform that they're already somewhat familiar with.
Yeah.
But yeah, so according to Moby Games, only 40 titles were released for the 32X, and one of the big omissions on this list of supporters is Electronic Arts. They're not on the list.
Yeah, real easy to get out of these initial commitments because, once you sign up for a particular game, I don't know exactly how all this works between publishers and hardware companies, but I assume once you sign up to deliver specific games, there's a lot of, specific terms, but I think, because the same thing happened with all the consoles in this generation, like the 3DO, the Jaguar, they all had this huge developer support up front. And I think that's because they're not actually committing to a contract that they have to follow through on. They're basically like, sure, we'll accept your dev kits and see what we can do with this system. They're not actually committing to a finished product.
Well, speaking of the dev kit thing, one of the articles about the Jaguar quotes Sam Trammell's talking about how he was so happy, the section of the company that's sending out dev kits is busy as heck and they're sending out all these dev kits. But there's also a comment in Edge magazine about how relatively big developers like Bullfrog have yet to receive 3DO dev kits. Theme Park is coming out on the 3DO, but it's basically just a one-to-one port of what already was released on PC. If, real 3DO games, they can't even develop because 3DO can't get them a dev kit.
Yeah, that's a problem.
minor technicality, yeah.
Indeed. But that's not the only big move that Sega is making, big in quotes, as Sega signs True Motion.
Duck Technologies, makers of the True Motion video compression standard, have signed a deal with Sega for use of their compression system in the upcoming 32X.
Yeah, and again, this is a big deal. As we've talked about, this is what IDOS, the publishers of Tomb Raider, originally made their bones on, was a video compression software. This is a period when you have things moving to multimedia, you have things moving to CD, but you still have relatively, even though those are high capacity systems, you still have a lot of issues with available memory and all this other stuff. And so how well you can compress some of these elements of video is very important to how successful a multimedia system is going to be in this day when resources are still fairly low for the task. And so, yeah, I don't know True Motion. I'm not an expert on compression technologies, but I can understand why Sega is announcing these kind of partnerships, because it was actually important in this kind of narrow period of history.
Oh, definitely. And we'll talk about how different companies are solving this video compression problem in a bit. But yeah, they've got it now. I couldn't find any actual sign of it being used on a 32X game. But what I did find was that it gets used on a bunch of Saturn games as well as DOS and Windows titles. And there's a link to a list of some of the games that use this particular compression system in the show notes. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And that's not all, though, because Sega also starts affiliated label program.
We said it's a popular thing right now. Rocket Science Games is the first company to sign on to Sega's new affiliate label program. Sega will be the exclusive distributor for Rocket Science's Sega CD, Sega 32X CD, and PC CD-ROM titles. This marks the first time that Sega will be distributing PC games.
Again, a lot of, as I said up above, a lot of the traditional video game companies are not necessarily in any better position than the media companies are at this point to exploit CD technology, because most of that activity, because there's just so much capital available in this kind of multimedia boom or fad or bubble or whatever you want to call it, so much of the work is being done at these small independent companies that have had tons of VC money thrown at them. And so it's much easier for even the established mainline video game companies to make some of these companies affiliates rather than develop their own stuff in-house or buy some of these developers outright.
True. And also some of these companies, like Rocket Science, for example, has been burning through their VC capital. So,
yeah.
if they can get a quick and easy way to get their stuff onto the shelves through an existing channel, all the more power to them. Now, the fact that Sega's finally going to be doing some PC stuff is going to basically open up a floodgate that goes into today. So Sega is a major publisher for PC titles today, with, Total War series, I believe, is Sega's nowadays.
Yeah, Creative Assembly, yeah.
Yeah, so, but this is where it starts. It's a couple of games by Rocket Science, and then we're going to get Sega publishing their own ports of their arcade games, and also some of their console games like Comic Zone, for example.
Yeah, well, they want to be in the multimedia business very, very strongly. They're not leaving the traditional video game business, but they want to straddle all of those worlds. That's a very big push of theirs in this time period. And so, signing up other people's CD products and beginning to create their own CD products are a big part of that, because they're trying to be the entertainment company of the future. And they've been told that multimedia is part of being the entertainment company of the future. So good luck with that.
Multi those medias.
Indeed. Meanwhile, of course, while a lot of the focus in the United States is on this 32X that's coming out, in Japan, we are near the imminent arrival of the next generation in stores. A full year, well, it turns out to be less than a year for Sega. Surprise, but in theory, a full year before it is happening in the United States, which is why Next Gen duels it out on Japanese TV.
Edge magazine reports that both Sega and Sony have given Japanese TV audiences first glimpses of their upcoming consoles. The first carefully orchestrated public showing of Saturn on Japanese TV was in a show called Special New, where much time was spent talking about Sega head Nakayama's recent visit to CES and his birthday celebration before a prototype of the Saturn case and a short shot of Virtua Fighter for the system were shown. It's being overshadowed, though, by industry rumors that Sony's PSX is more powerful. That power was on display on the midnight show tonight on Channel 10, which showed clips of the alleged real-time processing of the system. First, a first-person jump-and-run game set in a city with a bunny-like mech, and then a game called Legend. It features a demonic beast in a fully textured dungeon. The shots look amazing. Both systems boast third-party support from the likes of Capcom, Konami, and Namco, but Edge says rumors of a delay in the Saturn launch persists, and Sony planned to launch at about the same time, and Sega's system appears to be lacking in power by comparison. Sega insists, though, they will have their official launch at the Tokyo Toy Show in June.
Of course, the story of the power of the Sega Saturn versus the Sony PlayStation is much more nuanced than, we should really get into here. But suffice it to say, regardless of which system was quote-unquote more powerful, there's no doubt that Sony did a much better job of making the PlayStation feel powerful, sometimes through somewhat deceptive demos, but they're the master marketers on that, and this just goes to show that that's having an effect, because everyone is kind of already deciding that the PlayStation is the more powerful system, even if the real story is maybe slightly more complicated than that.
Well, yeah, and the screenshots that show up in Edge magazine are clearly not what is finally going to be in the final game. And that first-person mech thing with the robot is clearly a very early version of Jumping Flash. And it does look like a real city and stuff. If you ever played Jumping Flash, it's basically just an open arena with some geometric shapes that you're jumping on.
Yeah.
The fully textured dungeon and everything else, I think, is supposed to be Kingsfield, I think was the name of the game. And if you compare
from Software,
exactly. If you compare actual Kingsfield shots with the screenshots of what was shown on television, that's night and day. So Sony is playing fast and loose there with their claim of power. But, ultimately the Saturn is going to launch with an untextured Virtua Fighter, and it's going to look really old by comparison.
Absolutely. To your favorite battle arena, Toshinden!
All I got to say is a newcomer like Sony, no history, launches in Japan against Virtua Fighter and manages to kick its living ass? It's not because of Wipeout. Especially not the first Wipeout, because that's got some... there's some issues
2097. 2097 is a much better game, that's for sure. But we're not just getting screenshots and TV segments as Sony reveals PSX architecture details.
Sony is slowly releasing more and more details about their upcoming PlayStation. On June 15th, they released a press release explaining that the system contains a single CPU developed by LSI Logic Corporation using 0.5 micron silicon and contains 3 subsystems: a 32-bit MIPS RISC processor, a 3D geometry engine called GTE, and a video decompression subsystem called MDEC based on JPEG technology. The PlayStation will also have a 3D graphics engine in addition to the CPU called GPU, developed by Sony internally, that can produce up to 360,000 polygons per second and can move up to 4,000 2D images in a field.
Yeah, 2 things there. A, I noticed that they're not talking anything about that 2 megabyte video memory bottleneck that the system has. And B, 360,000 polygons per second if you have nothing else going on, no effects, no shaders, no lighting, no transparencies, no fog. Yeah, sure, 360,000 polygons per second, but you would also have a pretty dumb looking game.
Yes, and yes. But the interesting thing for me here was that inside of the CPU, they've already have decompression subsystems built in. It's decompression in hardware for the video. And this is big. Because this is something... I mean, we just talked to Sega, right? I mean, we're talking 6 months before launch. They're announcing, we've got software for that.
Yes.
AKA, our CPU is going to be tasked with that. So if you want to, let's say, put a 3D image over a streaming video file, that might become a bit of a bottleneck for you.
Indeed.
And so, it's just, the original PlayStation is one of those things where the first time you saw it, it just was a marvel, watching it do what it could do. And it's going to have the longevity that it has. It's going to be able to run the games that it can run because it's got just these initial decisions of what to put into hardware and what the processor is going to be able to do at the same time or the architecture can do at the same time as other things is awesome. And the fact that this is one of the first times I've seen the mention of GPU in a consumer product. Nobody else has really talked about a GPU yet.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, and the way that it's written up in this press release, is, it's called GPU.
Right.
It's like,
because the standard at this time and what Sega does in their system is to refer to VDPs, video display processors, because the calculation is still being done by the CPU. Like the display processor offsets some of the tasks that need to be done to put an image on the screen, but it's in general they're not doing the calculations. And we're about to get into the point across all video game and computer graphics technologies where we're going to start having, actual GPUs where processing is taking place on those units as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Calculations, processing's going on. Calculations are going on those as well.
Yeah, and we've talked a little bit about some early 3D accelerators for PCs that are out there, but they're an extreme luxury item with virtually no support. So, just the language that they're using, and you're right. Anytime you see a company tell you, how many polygons are moving, it's obviously nonsense.
Yes. They're telling the truth. It truly can produce up to 360,000 polygons, but that up to is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence to stop them from getting sued.
Up to 360,000 polygons per second, asterisk. On every third Tuesday of a month that ends in,
yeah, pretty much. But, let's just be clear about one thing here, Carl, as we move forward in this new generation and on Sony's new system, okay? Don't call PlayStation a multimedia machine.
That is the message coming from Sony as they begin to gear up for the Christmas launch of the PlayStation in Japan. Sony Computer Entertainment Vice President Teruhisa Tokunaka said clearly that, quote, "The PlayStation is merely a game machine," end quote. The Nikkei Weekly suspects that Sony is downplaying the system's obvious multimedia capabilities in order to not upset game software developers who don't want to be drowned out by disappointing multimedia product. And but it's kind of funny because at the same time that over in Chicago, all of the Siliwood companies are beginning to gear up. They're already thinking, multimedia is dead. And we're not going down that road, which is very, very insightful. And again, like I said, Sony is doing so much right in this whole thing. It's kind of scary that they read the market as well as they did.
Absolutely. And, And it really saves, and that's what really saves the video game business is, obviously Nintendo and Sega are also not touting their new systems as multimedia machines. It's not like Sony is the only company to stand up and say, hey, wait, remember guys, we make games, not multimedia. But, it was the runaway success of the generation. So, this focus on, hey guys, remember games, remember those? That's what we're really good at, and we should kind of stick to that as our primary focus. That's really what saves gaming, because the 16-bit generation was just coming to a natural end, and too many companies were getting too invested in this whole multimedia idea, which was just the wrong direction. And now we've got a system that's not only focused on games, but with a marketing message focused on games that's going to do really well and, get us back to the right track and until we start getting waylaid by promises of the metaverse or something. I don't know.
That's true. And don't forget Sophia. No, okay.
Indeed. Turning our attention then to the final of the big three in the console market, Alias Research to make Ultra 64 tools.
Nintendo has tapped 3D tool maker Alias, famous for Power Animator, which was used for the effects in Terminator 2, to develop development tools for the Ultra 64. Nintendo has already purchased multiple Power Animator licenses for its internal 3D modeling effort, and Alias plans to take feedback from Nintendo to help create further tools for game developers.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the N64 ended up being horrible to program for. I mean, nobody that worked on it has good stories about that. But one thing I will say that goes to Nintendo's credit is they enlisted the aid of a lot of general computer software and computer simulations companies that had 3D experience and didn't just rely on the traditional video game companies to be able to execute in that space. And that was a really good thing because a lot of traditional 2D video game companies had a really rough time suffering through that transition because 3D art and 3D programming of three-dimensional graphics, I mean, is so much different. It might as well be a separate discipline from 2D art and 2D graphics programming. And it wasn't a discipline that any of these companies had built up because it wasn't necessary in the field. And you had a small number of people that could do both, but most 2D artists were not inherently 3D artists. Most 2D graphics programmers were not inherently 3D graphics programmers. And so it really makes a lot of sense for Nintendo to acknowledge that and reach outside with several of the companies they brought in, not just Alias, but also Paradigm and others.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, one of my all-time favorite developers, Sensible Software, does not survive that transition. Their infamously ill-fated game, Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll, kills the company. Because they just cannot deal with the 3D graphics and the cost of making them, and what they do produce, it looks like absolute garbage, unfortunately. Now, Alias may not be a familiar name to most people, but they would very soon after this launch the program Maya, which a lot of people have heard of. It becomes one of the major 3D graphics software packages of the 90s and early 2000s.
Oh, yeah, for real. Big one there.
Yeah.
But that's not the only advanced technology Nintendo is talking about, as Nintendo hints at 32-bit VR system.
Nintendo has announced that they will launch a new VR system next spring using a 32-bit processor. According to Nintendo President Yamauchi, quote, "The system will open up a new field of entertainment," end quote. The system is claimed to go on sale for under $200.
Everyone's thinking, this is going to be some advanced thing like that stuff that they show in the arcades, and really he's talking about the Virtual Boy.
Oh, yes. And this is the thing, they already sort of hint that it's going to be like you set it up on a table, and the one interesting bit here was that this comes from Electronic Gaming Monthly. They actually talk about how Nintendo might be positioning this as a product to replace, if you will, the Super NES in as far as a price category is concerned while the Ultra 64 comes out. So, to still have something in that lower end bracket while, people are deciding if they want to upgrade to the Ultra 64.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, it was a direct response to the difficulties that the video game industry was having at this time, because Yokoi did talk a little bit about why he did it. And, I mean, the technology did not originate with Nintendo. It came from an outside company. But Yokoi was interested in it and wanted to do something with it because he felt that there needed to be a paradigm shift, that the jump between the 8 and the 16-bit generation was not a particularly interesting jump, that it was more of the same, just with slightly more colors, better shading, and some smoother animation. And he felt that the industry was kind of hitting a dead end, which even the numbers show that it kind of was. And he thought that maybe anything that moved in a different and new direction would maybe help revive that. And obviously we did need a new direction, though that new direction was the kind of 3D gameplay espoused by the PlayStation and the N64, and not the Virtual Boy. But you can see where Yokoi was coming from, even though it doesn't work on any level.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, you're right. We needed something new at that moment. It needed to be exciting. I remember when it came out, I was like, okay, I'll go check it out. They had them over at Blockbuster, of all places. You could rent them from Blockbuster. And I almost did until, I saw the first reviews and I was like, okay, let's pass.
Yeah, and, we had a Best Buy, what they called then their Best Buy Superstores, which today would just be an ordinary Best Buy. But, historically, Best Buy had not carried video games. They carried computer software, PC games, but not video games. So they opened a brand new in our subdivision, or not subdivision, in our suburb is what I meant to say. They opened a brand new in our suburb Best Buy Superstore, which had video games for the first time. And so they had a Virtual Boy, a display unit that you could try out. And that is the only time I've ever played a Virtual Boy. I think it was Red Alert that was on the demo system, and I tried that once, and I was like, okay, that's all the Virtual Boy I ever need in my life.
Yeah, I never actually played a real Virtual Boy. I mean, I've played some of the games post facto, but never actually played a physical one. So
I did technically, try out the demo a couple of times because, it was free. So, good way to pass a couple of seconds. But even from that very first time that I played the demo Red Alert, it's like, yeah, I don't need this system in my life. I never. And, I was a Nintendo guy through and through. Yeah. And I never had any desire to have a Virtual Boy. But yeah, it sounds, and this is kind of deceptive. The marketing's true. It's 32-bit. Yeah, that it's VR technically. No head tracking, but it does, beam separate images into each eye to create that illusion of 3D space. But they should have never announced it in this way, because when you're thinking 32-bit VR system, you are not thinking what the Virtual Boy is, which is just black and red graphics and no head tracking and all of this kind of stuff. And, if you're really paying attention and understand the technology, as soon as you see, we're doing a 32-bit VR system for under $200, there's a catch in there somewhere. There has to be. But most of the public is not going to be savvy enough to kind of cotton on to that. They're going to be like, oh, wow, amazing, Nintendo's done it again. And you're already from the very first only this first very vague announcement setting a hype, your hype way too high for what's about to come. If they had marketed it differently, it would have probably still been a failure, but it wouldn't have necessarily been such the PR disaster that it was, because, it was billed as VR here. Later, they'll bill it as this. Well, I'm not sure they ever truly bill it as the successor to the Game Boy, but because it has boy in the title, the press bills it as the successor to the Game Boy, and Nintendo doesn't really do anything to dissuade them. And so it's got all of these different labels attached to it, none of which really fit it, which means that even if it had been a better system than it was going to end up being a massive disappointment, because it wasn't any of the things it was purported to be.
Exactly. Yeah, and it didn't really fit a niche. It's like, it's not portable.
No.
It's not comfortable. It's not complex enough from the gameplay. And it's like, it's a gimmick, but that's all it is, was a gimmick.
Absolutely. Which is why it'll be one of Nintendo's most notorious flops. But That's it for our Nintendo news. We'll finally turn our attention to this one other next-gen company that is kind of sort of barely hanging on by a fingernail, or maybe even not by that much, depending on who you ask, as Newsweek declares 3DO DOA.
Lost in Cyberspace is the name of a piece on the 3DO system in Newsweek magazine. The magazine lays out how the initial hype around the system and the company's IPO have fizzled as the expected software failed to materialize, and gamers are not finding the software that is available to be a sufficient leap over existing systems to justify the price. According to the article, Trip Hawkins was hiding the true severity of the issues and trying to wow retailers, developers, and investors with pure charm. But now, with Sony and Sega getting ready to launch, time is running out to find a killer app. Some developers, like Accolade, have abandoned the system altogether.
I mean, that's pretty much spot on. I mean, Tripp had a track record of success in the industry, was seen as somebody who really understood the industry, and is a very charismatic guy who had cultivated something like the reality distortion field that Steve Jobs is famously said to have. And so, you know, when he came on the scene with his certainty about how he was about to change video games, everyone went along with it. And then, of course, the reality sets in. All the stuff we've already talked about, I don't need to repeat again. And yeah, it's, you know, Trip Hawkins was basically the emperor marching down the street without any clothes. But he's such a charismatic individual and such a visionary individual that people were initially willing to follow him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, plus, you can imagine that the idea of breaking away from the Nintendo and, to a lesser extent, Sega monopolies must have felt really, really good. I mean, Wild Bill Steely said the same thing about why he was approached early on by Nintendo to become a licensee for the NES, and he was like, "You want me to pay how much? No, I'm not doing that." This was not a Trip Hawkins only thing. A lot of the American computer game makers did not want to be beholden to those licensing fees. So the idea of a return to an American-made console, or at least American-designed one, with no or virtually no licensing fees and so forth, and a different business model, people wanted to believe. But, you know, it's the 3DO's hardware just was never enough. And this article actually starts with this sort of example case of a, you know, young man, like 20 years old, walks into a store and says, "I want to know about the 3DO. Show me the best games." And then they show him the best games, and he's like, "Yeah, okay, that's enough," and leaves. And that this is a common experience that retailers are having. Now, the only reason I found this, I normally don't look at the Newsweek stuff because it really doesn't impact, but Spectrum Holobyte, who have been talking about their Star Trek The Next Generation game for 3DO for a while, are quoted as saying that plans for the game are on, quote, permanent hold, end quote. They released a press release after publication of the article clarifying that they are still committed to bringing the next generation games to various platforms, and they will release A World for All Seasons, the name of that game, as soon as it is completed to their satisfaction for the 3DO and other systems. Spoiler alert, A World for All Seasons never gets released. They release a whole bunch of next-generation games. They've already released the Genesis game, I believe, and the Super NES game at this point. And we are going to talk a little bit more about their PC game, the Final Unity. But, yeah, this was the big one that, you know, all these pre-rendered aliens and the entire cast pre-rendered and cutscenes and so on and so forth. Nobody was quite sure what the gameplay was, but the artwork has been all over magazines for months, and apparently, yeah, the game is no longer working. And I was like, wait, there's an article in Newsweek about this, and that's what led me to find this article, and it's a really good read.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
And that about does it for the next generation stuff coming out, but we still have a little bit of current gen news, though I would argue that the next one maybe straddles next gen and current gen a bit, as our next headline is Jaguar Software begins to trickle in.
Atari showed off a bunch of new titles at ECTS, including early versions of Blue Lightning for the Jaguar CD, Katsumi Ninja, Wolfenstein 3D, Doom, Club Drive, and Flashback. Yeah.
Finally, so what I'm hearing is that at this point, Atari finally has the concept of a software lineup in place.
They have the concept of a software lineup. Let's face it, they had Alien vs. Predator, and then that was basically it. Blue Lightning is a joke. Let's just put that out there on Front Street. At this point in time, curiously enough, now, for those not familiar, Blue Lightning was one of the launch titles for the original Lynx, and it was, for the time, 1989, or 88, I can't remember. Did it launch in 89? 89. Yeah. It had a really cool scrolling background effect. So it's basically afterburner type of gameplay. This one has, in this early version, a real-time Guro shaded plane that you're controlling as you're flying around, but it's still just sprite scaling elements coming at you, but they look sort of like digitized images. They don't look as hand drawn. The final game is going to lose the real time process plane that you're controlling and replace it too with a sprite, which is not necessarily going to help the game, and it's not good. I'll be honest about that. Katsumi Ninja is their version of Mortal Kombat, only. This, I believe, is the one with the Scottish guy who lifts up his pants and shoots a fireball out of his.
I am aware of the character you are discussing. I can't remember if it's this game or not, but yes, that is.
I think it's
infamous
Kasumi
example.
Ninja, or was it Way of the Warrior? It was one of those two.
Yeah.
Either way, it's Jaguar or 3DO. Is there really a difference at this point?
Gives a whole new meaning to the term in the activity kilt blowing. Let me tell you.
Wolfenstein obviously is going to be a good port. Doom is going to be an amazing port written by Carmack himself.
Yeah.
Club Drive is a joke, and Flashback is a really good port, but it's a 16-bit game. It's not going to be any better or worse than the SNES or Genesis version.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, they do have the idea of a software lineup, and they're promoting it, even though they really don't have large quantities available in Europe at this point. So, but hey, the company was 75% of its revenue came from Europe the last 7 years. So maybe they should have invested more in the European market to begin with. I don't know.
Yeah, could be. Moving on to some peripheral news, Blockbuster and THQ announce Catapult modem.
There seems to be no end to attempts to connect console gamers in online play. The latest version, Catapult, was developed by a joint venture of Blockbuster and Davis Video Enterprises and will be exclusively distributed by THQ. Unlike similar products, the Catapult modem will require a monthly subscription fee of $5 to $10, which will allow gamers to dial up a local number to connect to players nationwide with a system for creating their own handles. The network is set up for a capacity of 2,000 simultaneous users. Yeah. As far as I can tell, Catapult never launches. It's another one of these. It's not going to happen, especially this late in this console generation. I mean, as you always call it, the crash that almost was.
Yeah.
And it's just like the Sega Channel and Edge 16 and all these others. The technology is there. You know the internet is coming. It's in the air. And if you've got all this hardware simply sitting in homes, why not do something else with it? I mean,
exactly.
It worked for Ralph Baer when he was like, there's got to be something else we can do with TVs. Why can't it work for these guys?
Indeed. And our final console story, a little demographic story here. Sega wants to appeal to girls.
Sega has put together a girls' task force headed up by several female Sega executives, such as Cindy Hardgrave and I'm going to kill the name, Micheline Christine Risley, who want to see the current percentage of Genesis players that are female, which lies at about 20% increase. An early focus will be on the Sonic the Hedgehog character. Now, this effort is a little bit interesting because they do actually try a couple of things. And some of these people, Hardgrave especially, does have a very long career later on in the entertainment industry. Risley as well. And Risley especially with a lot of charity operations and stuff that she runs. This falls flat very, very quickly. There's all sorts of problems internally with Sega with the development of new product design for girls and this concentration on, the Sonic the Hedgehog character and seeing where you can go with it. It's, there's a link in the show notes to a nice big article about this entire effort and what worked and what didn't work. But it is a very interesting idea, and I don't know how much of it springs from the fact that there is this downturn in the market right now. They need to expand the user base somehow. Yeah. And, Sega's already done great work with the Genesis by going a little bit older. And now, if you really want to grab a bigger share of the pie, you got the Pico for the little kids. Why not try to grab that other 50% of humanity? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's kind of weird that they would focus on the Sonic the Hedgehog character because it's hard to, to pigeonhole or stereotype too much, but it seems like throughout the history of video games when there has been true cross-gender appeal, it has usually been games with a little more puzzle solving involved or a little more collaboration involved. Girls like challenges and they like action even, just as much as guys do, but they tend to want it to be a little less in your face, a little more, cerebral and collaborative. And the Sonic the Hedgehog character, particularly in the Sega Genesis incarnation, is just the opposite of all of that. It doesn't seem like a good fit. I mean, I understand it's the mascot, so they're trying to focus on the mascot first. But that just doesn't seem like the place to start to try to do that.
No, not at all. I mean, what Nintendo's going to do with the Mario RPG, and obviously I have no numbers to back this, but I can definitely see how the Mario RPG would have had more of a cross-gender appeal. Mm-hmm. But I think Sega at this point was just like, well, let's see if we can make some lemonade out of these lemons. And they went with this because it also meant we don't have to develop new characters or a new game.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. But like I said, the read in the article, everybody who's interested in this, please go and check it out because I spent my time with it. It was good.
Absolutely. It seems like Billboard's got a few winners here. We've been coming back to Billboard a few times for some real in-depth, interesting looks at things.
It's almost as if the big media companies getting involved has kind of gotten Billboard involved. They've got their own section for electronic entertainment in the magazine at this point.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Turning our attention then briefly to handhelds, word on the street is Tiger Electronics rules handhelds.
The 90s boom in handheld games seems to have no end, and Tiger are the undisputed kings. Every movie, TV show, comic, and video game is getting a game. Their latest gimmicks are games with digital voices and games using barcodes.
Yeah, Tiger Electronics often doesn't get talked about very much in the context of video game history, because there's kind of always this prejudice towards these really simple LCD handheld games, in this time period when you're thinking about video games. But, the fact is, the thing that we don't tend to harp on very much is, the NES was very successful, the Super NES was very successful, the Genesis was very successful, but these were also very expensive systems. Yes, they were selling in the millions, and X% of households with children had them and everything, but there was a whole segment of the population that in the United States, which is where Tiger is at its most successful, which is why I'm just talking US here, there's a whole segment of the population that just could not afford to be part of that. And Tiger understood the assignment because, of course, arcade games are another thing that if you're less advantaged, you can at least play a little bit. I mean, you can't necessarily be an arcade rat that's down there 5 hours a day, every day after school, but you can occasionally spare a quarter or two to play a game. So this is a demographic that would be familiar with a lot of the coin-op games that were out there and familiar with the idea of bringing games home, but just wouldn't have the opportunity to do so because of the cost. And so Tiger comes in, and yes, their games are basic and very simple and oftentimes not very interesting, but boy, do they fill a niche.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if you're thinking about an NES cart, late generation NES cart, you're talking $60, $70.
Mm-hmm.
You go on to this Super NES, the same story. And suddenly, here for $10, you got a game. It's a horrible version of Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter 2, but it's a version of Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter 2.
Mm-hmm.
I still stand by my statement. The best thing they ever did was their Gauntlet. Mm-hmm. It is an actual fun game that I've got the permalink here in my browser to the version on archive.org, and I still, I'll jump on and play for 10 minutes because it's still fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. They really is something, and I talked a little bit about this with Greg Fishbach because Acclaim also got into that business.
Yes.
For a short while. And his explanation was, it was just a super cheap thing to do. The development costs were almost zero, and you could pop them out, and it was just another thing to put on the shelf and sell. And as long as they sold, we made them, and when they stopped selling, we stopped making them. But, Tiger is trying at least to add some extra value, like these barcode things. They've got a version of Mortal Kombat with these little barcode cards with the different characters. Most of them obviously not in the game because the game can only do like 3 or 4 characters because, you have to have the LCD shapes superimposed and whatnot. But they're at least trying.
Yeah. Absolutely. And there is a demand for that kind of product. Eventually, as Moore's Law continues to work its magic and the cost of more advanced technology comes down, there won't be this same place for something like this anymore, which is, ultimately going to send Tiger along to its fate. But in this time period, it's a real, there's a real niche there for this type of entertainment.
Definitely. So I think we're done with our handhelds. We're done with our consoles. Let's get to the serious machines.
That's right. Let's get to the news that was occupying Carl's mind at this time, because I know he was one of these because I know that he was one of these Amiga users waiting with bated breath.
Oh yes, the mood in the Amiga community is one of apprehension, as the fate of Commodore remains uncertain. The stock is no longer trading and rumors are flying about who might buy up the Amiga line of machines. American magazine Amazing Computing tries to put a brave face on this month's editorial, saying, quote, this is a long quote, but it's worth it. I believe Commodore's current situation could generate far more good than evil. Commodore International's management must now act, or the situation will be given to someone who will. This is the first positive sign to Amiga users. The second is that anyone interested in the technology will want to keep it going. Unlike other products, the Amiga keeps several viable and productive industries alive. Video is only one example of the Amiga's prominence. In Europe, the Amiga is one of the prime entertainment market platforms, and the CD32 has been labeled as the #1 CD-ROM platform. What we have is a situation where a valuable commodity that has been ignored and undervalued is now in a position to be purchased. Someone will want it, and they will want to keep the Amiga in place. Perhaps even market and sell it.
Oh boy! Wow, that is a lot there.
And right after that, he asked, "Who wants some Kool-Aid?"
It's like, did you just emerge from a 5-year coma? Because that sounds like the writing of someone who just emerged from a 5-year coma. I mean,
yeah,
I do understand that the Amiga held on much longer in Europe as a frontline entertainment platform because of the lack of console penetration and the slow penetration of the IBM PC and multimedia PCs in that market. I mean, I totally get that. I mean, he's not completely off base. But the fact of the matter is, by this time, IBM is starting to penetrate that market. The Sony PlayStation is right around the corner, and Sony is making a major push into Europe, taking it far more seriously than either of its competitors ever did, even when Sega was being successful in Europe. Sony's coming in with an even larger full-court press. And so that is, while some of that is true for the past, that is just not a good read on the current situation in Europe, where the Amiga is obsolete at this point.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the Amiga 1200 was way too little, way too late. I mean, when your machines is just barely able to get a decent version of Wing Commander 1 out. Yeah, sorry, game over. And yeah, I mean, this is the American Amiga community is so very different. And comparing the articles on the status of Commodore this month between the American magazines and the European ones is quite enlightening as to how the Amiga faithful in the United States are very much dyed-in-the-wool, hardcore people. Whereas the ones in Europe are like, well, I guess, this would be great if it keeps going. I always think of Amiga Power. After the magazine went under, they did this great thing called AP2. This was in the early days of the internet, sort of late 90s, where the staff of the magazine came together and made this very, very complex website. You can download the whole thing, and it's all just interlinked comments about all the articles that ever showed up in the magazine and the controversies and stuff. And there was one great line in there, and it was probably also some version of it showed up in the magazine. They were like, we never really cared about the Amiga. We needed the Amiga to play the games.
Right.
But we didn't really care about the platform. And that's kind of the general feel. It's like, we're going to stick with my Amiga because, it's a lot cheaper than a PC, and as long as I can have some good games, everything's cool.
Right.
But, if I got to upgrade to a PC, I'll upgrade to a PC because I already upgraded from a Commodore 64 to the Amiga.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it's just one of those situations. And the Americans, I mean, there's a lot of these small-time Amiga dealers who they know they'll never become PC dealers. Once Amiga's dead, their livelihood is gone.
Yeah.
And it's, they can really feel it in their bones. The magazines, they're not going to be able to shift over to some other platform. I mean, they're never going to compete. These small magazines have no chance of competing on the PC market or anything like that.
Right. Yeah. No, it's that's all very true. I mean, it's the PC compatible market is this kind of monolithic big business market. And yeah, once Amiga's gone, there's not going to be another small company or small niche computer. I mean, the closest thing to that afterwards is a Mac, but even then, that's coming from a major corporation. It's kind of, the end of this idea that you have a separate home computer market and the big boys are not paying much attention to it because it's the home. And so, we can sneak in. And I mean, I realize Commodore, was $1 billion company in 1984, but they're still small compared to IBM. And it's just now there's been a complete blending of that home, small office, and large office corporate markets all being served by varying levels of PCs. And so, yeah, this kind of underground or rebel or indie feel of the home computer hardware market is just not going to be a thing anymore. That's for sure.
Yeah. It's sad to see it die. I mean, Atari's already killed off the ST at this point, but c'est la vie.
And just to underscore the point that we've been making just a little bit more, Acorn delves into PC compatibility.
Following similar announcements from Apple, British computer maker Acorn, best known for their RISC-based ARM processor, has announced their new RISC PC 600, which will be an ARM 610 chip-based machine that, through a daughter board containing a 486 CPU, will be able to run DOS and Windows applications.
Yeah. Again, the writing is now on the wall in Britain and Europe. It took PC compatibles longer to gain the same foothold that it gained in the US, but they have now. And so these companies that were going their own way either have to get with the program to some extent like Acorn, or be relegated to the dustbin of history like Commodore. That's basically the choices now.
Yeah, and the way they're trying to sell it is that, this Acorn machine is multimedia ready. It's got the CD-ROM drive and, the RISC processor and the software are perfect for movies and whatnot. And if you do need to do that boring Windows stuff, we've got you covered because you can buy this extra daughter board. But it's a 486. I mean, at this point, the Pentium's are already out.
Yeah.
You're basically saddling this Acorn machine with a computer that's a little bit behind the times. And similar devices are going to be showing up also for the Amiga. I mean, when I get to the States a couple months after this, end of the summer of 94, all the Amiga magazines are going to be running these ads for, buy this Amiga, this PC daughter board, have a 386 or 486 in your Amiga 500 type of thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I considered it for a hot minute because it was still would have been cheaper than upgrading.
Yeah.
But, it would have just been a cost-cutting measure that just gets me a little bit over the edge. And in my mind is like, I'm doing it to play Doom. Yeah. And then I looked over and said, there's an Atari Jaguar on discount. And I almost did that too. Mm-hmm. But I thought better of it and just waited until I could play Duke Nukem. So, that is that story. Now, another fun side note, just to sort of see where things are going, because right now they're still mainly using those ARM processors for their home computers, and they're educational ones, but Apple has just announced a new version of the Newton message pad, and it will also be running on an ARM 610 chip.
So what you're telling me is that ARM processors may be a good fit with handheld computing products?
I'm just saying that they may have just found a niche to keep the lights on. Just a little bit.
Indeed. Turning our attention to a little bit of computer game news now. Wing Commander goes FMV.
Oh yes, Computer Gaming World has the scoop that Wing Commander 3 will be a full-on Hollywood spectacle, starring Mark Hamill, Tim Curry, John Rhys-Davies, Malcolm McDowell, Jason Bernard, and Ginger Lynn Allen. Oh, and there's 3D Super VGA graphics too, and real-time 3D ships, but who cares?
Well, certainly not Chris Roberts, if you look at it. Though part of that is the fact that he kind of used Strike Commander as his platform to upgrade that side of the game. Like Wing Commander 3 basically runs on a version of the Strike Commander engine, and so he's now turning attention to his kind of Hollywood cinematic aspirations. But I gotta say, it's an impressive cast for one of these Siliwood productions at this time, because the thing is, a lot of these Siliwood productions would maybe get one big name, and usually it's a big name that's kind of having a bit of a lull in their career, but then they would fill it out with God knows what. But
exactly.
The thing that impressed me about all the Wing Commander FMV games, and 3 was my first Wing Commander. I went back then and bought 1 and 2, so I played all of them extensively, but 3 was my first. And, it's really impressive that, like, everybody they used for the most part. Yeah, they threw Ginger Lynn Allen in there, for a little titillation because she was a porn star. But, like, even in the smaller roles that we're not mentioning here, they're all played by, like, actual character actors. Like, that you will see on TV. Not famous people, but they'll actually have guest bits on Law and Order or Murder, She Wrote or whatever. Like, they're real actors, real working actors in Hollywood. And that's something I think that's always set the Wing Commander productions apart. Wing Commander 3 has some problems integrating its kind of story and its flight elements together. I think Wing Commander 4 tells a better narrative story, though at somewhat at the expense of the gameplay. But, it's not just, we got Mark Hamill to be the lead character because everyone knows Mark Hamill and, he doesn't do as much today, so he's available. But, they fill in with, real supporting actors like Malcolm McDowell and John Rhys-Davies and Tim Curry and even Jason Bernard, who isn't as famous in sci-fi circles as those others, but was a steadily working character actor in Hollywood,
Well, at this point, he's also a regular on the TV show Herman's Head, which is airing.
Yeah.
So he's a big grab because he's on everybody's TV every week.
Exactly. And that's what always impressed me about, particularly Wing Commander 3 and 4, Prophecy is, but, is that they really got full casts of competent actors. And that really made a difference.
Oh, definitely. And at this point, we're very much in the extremely early phases of Siliwood. What we would be thinking about Siliwood hasn't happened yet. They're pretty much, I'm sure there's quite a few of those games currently in production that just haven't been announced yet. But looking at all the announcements we had for example, for today, and all the companies that showed at CES, none of them are showing a true FMV game like this. Mm-hmm. It's almost like Wing Commander 3 gets announced and everybody else is going to try to replicate it as opposed to the other way around. Yeah. But yeah, so this one is going to be huge. It's going to be lots of discs, and there's just no way around it. This is going to be the future of games for a hot minute.
Indeed. But this isn't the only sci-fi franchise that is going this route, as TNG may be over, but the voyage continues on CD-ROM.
All Good Things, the final episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, may have aired on May 23rd, 1994, but Spectrum Holobyte's license to make games continues, and their first CD-ROM outing, A Final Unity, will bring back the voices of most of the cast. Did you ever play A Final Unity?
No. The only Spectrum Holobyte Star Trek game I ever played was the Super Nintendo one that they put out. Yeah.
Yeah, I never played any of them. I mean, I think I booted up the Game Boy one and the SNES one at some point just to give it a quick whirl. But yeah, Final Unity was one where I kept looking at the box in the store, but obviously as a lowly Amiga user that was beyond my reach. And yeah, but the idea of the cast being back was a very, very big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't think they get everybody. There's a couple of people that they don't end up signing for the project. But yeah, we also get some details about Spectrum Holobyte's license, and the license only covers a specific number of titles. So every title that they bring out is basically getting them a little bit closer to not bringing out any more titles.
Mm-hmm.
And like we already talked about with the 3DO articles, they're having some issues with their biggest production, with all the pre-rendered graphics and stuff that was supposed to be headlined with the 3DO release. So how exactly it all gets panned out at the end, I'm not sure, but, fun stuff.
Indeed. So I'm looking, and it does look like they did have the whole cast.
Okay.
Yeah.
At this point in time in the news, they didn't have them all yet. Like, there's a second press release I didn't mention
fair.
Where they finally announced that they got Patrick Stewart, but there was one or two holdouts in the cast at that point that they hadn't signed yet.
Gotcha. At least according to the credits on Moby Games, which I realize aren't always the be-all and end-all. It looks like everybody is present and accounted for.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they probably ended up getting them all. It's just by press time they didn't have them yet.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as always, we are reporting on the news as it happens. So sometimes there are inaccuracies that our Department of Corrections has to come in and wrap our knuckles about. Other times we're introducing deliberate inaccuracies because we are just reporting on the news as it occurs, even if it sometimes ends up not coming to fruition.
True. And they still have quite a way. According to the release schedule here, it doesn't come out until mid-95.
Yeah.
So we're basically still a year away from the launch of the title.
Mm-hmm. And then we do have one other bit of news coming out of Spectrum Holobyte as Peshitnov endorses Spectrum Holobyte Games.
Original Tetris creator Alexei Pajitnov? I think it's Pajitnov. But I'm probably killing it, has signed a deal with Spectrum Holobyte licensors of the PC version of Tetris for North America to endorse their line of puzzle games. Existing and future games for all platforms will be marketed under the heading Alexei Pajitnov, creator of Tetris, introduces... ... And I do remember these on the shelves. He'd be up in the one corner of the box, smiling, and it's like, okay, what did you do this time? And he's been making games for a while, sort of, because he doesn't own the rights to the original at this point.
Right.
And so there's been spin-offs of Tetris that were not made by him. Like, for example, Weltris, I believe. He may not have been a part of it. Oh, no, Weltris he was a part of.
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
But right, I mean, because Alexei never, I mean, he does now, but at the time he never owned the rights because, of course, he was in the Soviet Union and property rights, Soviet Union. Have you not been paying attention to the manifesto? And then, of course, after the Soviet Union broke up, it was assigned to the successor company of the government organization that he worked for, had the rights. Until years later, Hank Rogers was able to negotiate to buy them out and then very justly also give Alexei a share of those rights.
Exactly. And here, for example, if we look, and I'll put a link to this in the show notes, there was a game called Quarks, which is basically just Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, or, what's the original Japanese title? Puyo Puyo.
Oh, yeah.
And the Spectrum Holobyte computer version was called Quarks, QWIRKS, and it has the Pajnitov, creator of Tetris, introduces up in the top block. So obviously he has nothing to do with this game.
No.
But he is, they're using his name to help promote the title.
Yes, he is the man in the box, even if he had nothing to do with it.
Exactly. Hey, good for him. I mean, the man gave us Tetris, for God's sake.
Well, no.
Put him on the name of every box.
Well, yeah,
I want to see Alexei Pajnitov, creator of Tetris, introduces Doom Slayer 3000 Extra Blood Edition.
No, it was a good way, and I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I don't have any insider knowledge on this, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was kind of, I mean, yes, they thought there might be some promotional opportunity there, but it may have also been partially a way to say thank you and being like, we know that you didn't get any, financial remuneration from all of those Tetrises we sold because you didn't own the rights. So, we'll throw some money your way, through an endorsement deal.
Yeah, no, and that is very much what it sounds like from the press releases.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, more power to them.
Absolutely.
All good.
I agree. Well, that does it for a relatively light month in computer news, though that's partially because a lot of it was in all of our CES Hollywood announcement extravaganza. Turning our attention then to a couple of online stories. First, it appears Surf is up.
Edge magazine informs us that one of the biggest buzzwords of the moment is net surfing, a term used to describe the movement between resources on the growing internet.
I'll never catch on. Never catch on.
No, not at all. But it was important to add this since we've been talking about all the different online services and everything. Just, Edge magazine is always on the cutting edge. Whenever we do these 30-year jumps, that's the first publication I read every month.
Mm-hmm.
Just because nine times out of 10, everything I find in the other magazines will have been written about there better. And so the idea that they have this little blurb about this, trying to explain this term surfing, it's a little one of their sidebars, is quite amusing.
Yeah, I love it. That's a great little tidbit. And then we have our favorite bureaucratic state back in the news again as the Japanese Ministry Council to review telecommunication regulations.
The Japanese Posts and Telecommunications Ministry announced that it will set up a private council to review current laws relating to communications and broadcasting with an eye toward promoting and regulating multimedia services. The ministry foresees a future where users will share images and data with one another and wants to ensure the protection of personal information as well as political fairness, the creation of fair fee structures, and more. There is also a financial aspect to all of this, as the Financial Times points out. The flagging Japanese economy requires a new avenue for job growth, and taking a leading position in the upcoming information superhighway may be the best way forward.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
But no, but these are the issues that are starting to, become prevalent now that the internet and the World Wide Web are becoming established. And they're still the issues we're struggling with today.
Yeah, all I got to say is Section 230. But don't even get me started. Yeah, no, and it's interesting the way that they talk about these issues of, fairness, misinformation, the effect on society and stability. It's very much, seeing the writing on the wall. And we're going to see a lot of these discussions. What I didn't include this month was the plethora, and I mean it was really a storm. I ran a quick search for the word cyberspace. Oh my Lord. All the articles about, children talking to weird strangers in forums and stuff. That hysteria is going absolutely bonkers at this point in time. This is the summer 94 where everybody is getting scared about online and meeting those strangers and people hooking up and all this other stuff. It's not misinformation yet. It's more the stalker type of scare tactic. But it's the first of many waves of similar paranoias that are going to surround the internet for the next couple of years.
Absolutely. All right, as always, then, we'll close out the jump with a few miscellaneous headlines. First of all, Jurassic Park merch surpasses $1 billion.
Dinosaur mania is out there, and it's huge. Beside toys, the video games are going like gangbusters, with Ocean's Nintendo and home computer versions already moving over 1.5 million units worldwide, and Sega's Genesis version also moving over 1 million units.
Yeah, and just imagine what would have happened if those games had been good!
Yeah. I mean, hell, think of all the 3DOs you could have sold if they had actually gotten the real actors for the Jurassic Park interactive disc.
But yeah, no, I mean, this was so huge, and it's really not hard to see why, because, I mean, I feel like our generation in particular, well, I suppose we're technically two separate generations, but my generation in particular, though probably late Gen Xers as well, were kind of dinosaur crazy. I mean, we were really raised on dinosaurs, and, there was a lot of media around it, Land Before Time, and there was some of the first, big robotics displays that were being done at, natural history museums and whatnot with dinosaurs. Dinosaurs were huge, and then to see them come alive in this way like they never had before. I mean, this was not the Lost World movie based on the Conan Doyle story, I mean, to see them come alive in this believable way through this brilliant blending of animatronic and CGI, it just ratcheted up this kind of dinosaur craze to a fever pitch, really.
That's true. And I mean, I remember sitting in the theater watching this. I was a teenager, and it was something that I had been dreaming about. I was the weirdo kid who, I would sit there Sunday mornings watching MTV because on the top 20 list, they would rerun Def Leppard's You Wanna Rock video, which had all this CGI in it. And just anything CGI was just, I was addicted to it. I needed to see more CGI. And when I saw Jurassic Park, it was just like, okay, game over. We're in a whole new world. And the fact that this movie is going to make as much money as it is after Terminator 2 made as much money as it did, but wasn't it didn't have the ability to be exploited for merch the same way.
Right.
Everything's going to have a lot of CGI. The definition of the summer blockbuster is going to completely change. It has to be a big special effects spectacle. The idea of your big summer blockbuster being a movie like Basic Instinct is over.
Right.
And yeah, it's, we're about to see the world we live in today, the summer blockbuster as we know it today, really gets redefined. Jaws created the summer blockbuster. Jurassic Park redefined it.
Indeed. That's Spielberg. He knows a thing or two.
Yeah.
About what the public wants.
And somehow he didn't listen to us. It took us 20 years to get new Animaniacs. What the hell? Okay.
And then he was like, and now that I've redefined the blockbuster, I'm going to, in the same 1 year, 18-month period, also make one of the most significant prestige pictures ever made, too. Because why not make Schindler's List and Jurassic Park in the same year?
You're right. It was the same year. Jesus Christ.
It was. And fun fact, he couldn't quite get the post-production done on Jurassic Park before he had to start Schindler's List. So the audio stuff, the audio post-production stuff that had to be done, he actually called his good buddy George Lucas, and George Lucas oversaw the final audio editing of Jurassic Park.
Oh, nice. That is cool. I did not know that. And I was about to say, I'm trying to think of lines of dialogue that didn't work, and there were none. So there was no "I hate sand" in there.
He didn't write it. He just oversaw.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
No, I know, I'm bantering. Yeah, it's like he didn't write it. George Lucas is an amazing editor. That was really his calling. He should have just been...
That is true. That is true.
He should have just been an Academy Award-winning editor. No, not really, because we love Star Wars. But yeah, director is not really his thing. Editor is his thing. Anywho, tangent on a tangent. Moving back to our actual topics of the jump, Microsoft to bring interactive TV to Japan.
Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation NTT has signed a letter of intent with Microsoft to cooperate on testing and deploying interactive multimedia services in Japan. NTT plans to use Microsoft's announced continuous media server software codenamed Tiger to bring interactive services to TVs and set-top boxes.
Now that the multimedia craze has failed, the next attempt to bring quote-unquote multimedia to the average person that doesn't have a computer is beginning with the idea of the set-top box and television internet services.
I mean, theoretically, from the concept of the idea, it's not wrong. Mm-hmm. It's just that the software's that set-top box is too damn expensive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's going to take us to have it integrated into the computer or part of the game console or into TV.
And the other thing is, 480 resolution just ain't going to cut it either. I mean, that's the other thing. On a CRT television, this is just not feasible.
That's true. I mean... but I mean, we watched VHSs for years, and that was no better, really.
Well, but when you're talking about having to interact with a screen and, potentially input text and that kind of thing on a screen, I realize that, that's not totally what's going on in this specific Japan thing, but this is the direction set-top boxes are going to go, is trying to deliver the internet on a television. And it's just... you can't be doing that text at 480p.
Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, those, like the web TV thing is DOA.
Yeah.
And this idea here of using the computer servers to essentially do what they're already doing in some places with, on-demand movies.
Right.
But making it truly on-demand. I almost see that there's a potential here, but I just can't see that the servers would have the capacity for the movie libraries that would make this appealing.
Yeah, this is not going to be Netflix.
No, that's the thing. I mean, the hard drives and everything else would just be so massively expensive to store this many films.
Yeah.
Now, the Tiger project, I looked it up. This is what becomes NetShow. And it's actually, the protocols for this are still part of Windows Media Player today. So this is a very early streaming video technology that Microsoft is working on. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting to see that that this goes back this far, that they kind of knew they're going to have to be doing something here. Also, NTT signed up Silicon Graphics to help them develop a hardware architecture based on their 64-bit MIPS processor that could have been used in the set-top boxes. So it's kind of weird to see this pairing of these two companies that have no other real touching points with one another, trying to get them to work together on this product.
Indeed.
What could have been?
What could have been, indeed. And then moving on to our next story, no real good transition here, but the Financial Times profiles Square.
Yeah, this was an interesting article. So, London-based Financial Times has a great story about the Western-style management approach of Japanese game maker Square. While most Japanese companies give workers but 1 week of vacation a year in the summer, Square gives its workers 4 weeks and an extra 20 paid vacation days. Tetsuo Mitsuno, head of Square, encourages employees to have fun, travel the world, and even maintain flexible office hours. As long as they at least check in once a day and are productive, they can keep any hours they want. He doesn't fear that the company will grow too much beyond its current 250 staff members, given the budget people are willing to spend on games and how much they cost to make. His major problem is getting his RPGs to sell in the West, though. Quote, I think we need more people who are multilingual, who know what's interesting for everyone all over the world. We need to start making games like Steven Spielberg films, end quote.
So this is why Final Fantasy XIII took a decade, huh? 4 weeks of vacation, and no, I'm kidding. But no, there's very interesting things to unpack here. One is this naive idea about there's no way the company will ever need to grow past 250 staff members, given what people are willing to pay for games. And it's like, here's a guy that has clearly never internalized Moore's Law. Because the entire history of the video game industry kind of working in tandem with Moore's Law has been that as technology becomes cheaper and more advanced audiovisual capabilities can be deployed in a home environment, you need exponentially bigger teams to execute on all of that additional audiovisual content that you need in your game. And there's nothing at all in this period of time in 1994 that indicates that this technology curve is in any way bending or slowing.
I would agree with you, but, and here's the one thing I would say in his defense, the Moore's Law, while an exponential growth idea, completely falls by the wayside in the storage medium when you go from cartridges to CD. Because that jump, where your cartridge is maxing out at best 4 megabytes, to suddenly 640 megabytes, within, in their case, under a year, because once PlayStation launches, essentially that's the world that they're living in.
Yeah.
And then the fact that for pennies on the production side, you can just add extra discs.
Mm-hmm.
That just busts Moore's Law. And his comments, if you're seeing them in the light of we're hardcore Nintendo developers, Ultra 64 is going to be cartridge.
Right.
Even if those cartridges get considerably larger, and even with the early tests that we've already done internally, showing these very, very primitive polygon characters standing across from each other on an empty plane of one blurry green texture, taking turns hitting each other. The idea of what you're going to need for the animation. The idea that, well, we don't have to have 30 frames for the sprite animation anymore because all we need is the movement data, which is just a handful of numbers, which is actually going to be less than the sprite data was on the cartridge. Once you have the model in, how to move the model, that data is very, very cheap from a storage standpoint. It makes sense that he doesn't have to think about the asset creation jumping as much. Once you get to pre-rendered, that's when his numbers just don't add up anymore. So that shift to, we're going to fill 3 CDs with pre-rendered imagery that's got to be made first, and the backgrounds are going to be pre-rendered imagery with all this detail.
Mm-hmm.
Now suddenly 250 people is not going to cut it.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, in his defense at this moment in time, he's not thinking I'm developing for PlayStation yet.
Probably not. But, and of course, the other thing that's interesting here is Square trying to confront the problem of their RPGs not selling in the West, which, stay tuned.
Make it look like a Steven Spielberg thing. Big production values. Fantastical worlds that are immersive. Characters that you can really just that are appealing through their character traits immediately on the surface.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm not I don't go super deep on Final Fantasy, but the little bit I've played of 6 and 7, my biggest takeaway in the contrast was the characters at the beginning of 6 are very nebulous. You don't really have an idea who they are in 6 for the first hour or so. In 7, you know which slot of traditional dramatic stereotypes each one of them fits into with no problem at all.
Absolutely.
And that is really a huge shift.
Mm-hmm.
And your ability to immediately engage an audience and get that purchase out of the way.
Absolutely. Next, we turn our attention to the world of comic books, where the comic book bubble burst fallout continues.
According to Electronic Gaming Monthly, the comic book business is still reeling from the spectacular bubble crash that happened in the summer of 1993.
Speculator bubble crash.
The speculator bubble crash, thank you. Yes, I wrote it and I jumped over the word. Go figure. Many companies are expected to go under, and they encourage readers to try out some indie books like Bone and they said CUD, C-U-D, but I think they meant Scud, the disposable assassin.
Yeah.
To help the industry get back on track.
So what you're saying is there really isn't a long-term market for, issuing 20 number ones in a single month, each with 10 different cover variations?
Or those aluminum foil covers, or the HoloLens foil covers, or the ones sold in black plastic baggies with blood dripping Superman symbols. You mean that those aren't going to be hugely valuable going forward?
Nope. They're gonna be kindling. Nothing but kindling.
Yeah. And I'd like to mention this for the simple reason that we were talking about all the IP licensing happening earlier. And a lot of video game companies have purchased rights to comic book characters. Mm-hmm. And those games are still in development. I mean, a lot of these games are going to take a while. We're going to get that Iron Man and Exo Manowar game, which, relatively expensive production, pre-rendered graphics, and it's going to hit like a lead balloon because nobody remembers who Exo Manowar was anymore.
Exactly.
There's going to be a Killer Instinct-inspired Avengers one-on-one fighting game for the arcades that's never going to see the light of day. For the same reason, with that horrible mid-90s Thor redesign where he looks like a biker. It's terrible. So what I'm trying to say here is we're covering this here mainly because it is going to affect geek culture. It's going to affect a lot of where the money was going. A lot of people I knew, teenagers that I knew, had dumped every penny they had into, Spawn issue 4 or whatever. And that was money that wasn't going into video games, to be honest with you. How much of an impact that had is probably, anything I say is going to probably be overstated. But amongst the hardcore audience, the people that would have been picking up a lot of these games, that money just disappeared into this glossy paper.
Indeed.
Oh, and anybody who hasn't read Scud, the Disposable Assassin, you're doing yourself a disservice. There's an omnibus edition that came out like 20 years ago. If you can track that down or get a digital copy, read it. It is one of the funniest things you will ever get your hands on. It's amazing. And do not play the Sega Saturn and Windows game. Oh my God, that was terrible. So, enough said.
Indeed. And then our final story where we have a moment of silence here. Atari Games RIP. Sorta.
As part of Time Warner's consolidation of its games operations, all of its games divisions will operate under one name, Time Warner Interactive. That means that both Atari Games and Tengen will change their names. It is the end of an era that has lasted 10 years since the Tramiel split of Atari in 1984.
Yeah, so I added the sorta to your original headline here because this is actually, this is Play Meter reporting, but it's actually not quite right. Tengen did change its name. Atari Games Corporation did a DBA. So they started going by Time Warner Interactive, but it was Atari Games Corporation doing business as Time Warner Interactive, and they continued to use the Atari Games branding on their arcade games.
Not true. Primal Rage does not have an Atari Games logo anywhere on the cabinet, in the intros, or any place else. And also the boxes for the home ports only say Time Warner Interactive.
Because they're doing DBA. I mean, they...
Yeah, like I said, but the logo is completely gone.
I understand.
From Primal Rage.
I understand that, but it is...
It will come back.
It is completely present in later games that they put out.
Oh, yeah, no, it will come back. This is a temporary thing. And you're right, the sort of should have been there from the beginning, but since it was reported as the end,
yes,
I kind of wanted to leave that thought process there. And I'm just checking the intro to Primal Rage, the arcade machine. No, okay, I stand corrected. It says Atari Games Corporation on the copyright. It's not in the home ports.
Right, because...
It's missing from the home ports.
Yeah, because they really did. So they really got away from using the Atari name at all for home stuff, which, I mean, they never could do it outright because of, Atari, Jack Tramel's Atari Corporation existing. But yeah, I mean, they really got away from any of the old branding of Atari Games Corporation in the home. And like I said, Tengen was actually a name change. They did change Tengen's name. Atari Games Corporation did not ever, to my understanding, I'm using Michael Curran's timelines for this, and he usually knows what he's talking about, did not actually change its name, but it did start using Time Warner Interactive as a DBA name.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, for some reason, I thought it was off of Primal Rage 2. For some reason. But, okay. Yeah, and they're going to come back to it because Time Warner Interactive is a name that is not going to age well as soon as everybody's sick and tired of the word interactive.
Absolutely.
And we will go back to Atari. Gauntlet Legends will be an Atari game. But yeah, it's just so, everybody's trying to get into this damn mode, and I don't quite understand why. But I guess it's what the stock market wanted to hear.
Hindsight is a hell of a drug, Carl.
Very true. Okay, so that ends our time travels for today. We are now done. And that means that you...
No, not quite. Not quite.
Oh,
not quite.
Oh, you're right. We have the quote of the month.
Yes.
How could I leave that out? So, since we are dealing with all these wonderful, people entering the business who probably have no business being there. This is from a press release discussing, among others, Ground Zero Texas and The Exterminators. And if you haven't heard of these two wonderful titles, they're just as bad as they sound. Rich Robinson, executive producer at Sony ImageSoft, said, quote, "We have taken the best of film production and married it with the type of technology that allows gamers the opportunity to directly interact with the action. These titles are based on creative scripts from Hollywood screenwriters and include state-of-the-art special effects, realistic models, and scores from the music industry's most celebrated composers and producers. Together with great gameplay, interactive movies are a driving force in the industry." End quote.
So say we all.
Exactly. None of that is true for any aspect of these two games. They're just, Ground Zero Texas, if memory serves me right, is essentially an Operation Wolf style thing. If that's the one, isn't it? No, it's not an Operation Wolf. It's like a laser disc game, like a American laser light gun shooter type of thing.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely terrible. And the idea that, it's executive produced by Tom Zito. Need I say more? I'd love to talk to the guy, though. He just sounds like the kind of person who's going to have some fun stuff to say.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so that's the one game, and then the other one is The Exterminators. And I looked this one up a while ago, and I just can't remember anymore. I can't even remember if this one even came out. It may not have. It doesn't matter because it's going to be crap. So, with that being said, we've got our quote of the month. We're done with all the stories. Alex, what is the word of the episode?
Well, Carl, this great duty and responsibility that I have to encapsulate the episode in a single word or phrase, sometimes it takes a lot of work to connect all the dots through disparate stories that on the surface have nothing to do with each other. But if you look a little deeper or do enough mushrooms, you can find the connecting threads that bring them all together. And then sometimes, Carl, the episode word of the day just writes itself. And considering that a story about it, I think broke the record for most individual story texts below a headline, at the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine, there can truly only be one word for this episode, and that is Siliwood. from all of the breathless announcements to all of the companies that are either positioning or running away from the concept of having a multimedia device, to even stalwart video game franchises like Wing Commander fully embracing FMV. There is no doubt that this merger of Hollywood and Silicon Valley is what's on everyone's mind, that interactive is the wave of the future, and interactive movies and Siliwood productions are going to be the new Titanic force in video games.
I cannot disagree with a single word that you have just uttered. And on that note, then, please remind everybody where they can find your fine work.
As always, that is They Create Worlds, the podcast where myself and my co-host Jeffrey Dom do deep dives on topics in video game history. The main website's theycreateworlds.com, also podcast.theycreateworlds.com, and we also have all of our episodes uploading to YouTube at this point as well. And I'm proud to announce that in the very near future, we will start having transcripts of episodes available on the website as well. It'll take us a long, long time to backfill the 200 plus episodes we've already done, but we finally have an AI solution that gets us like 90% of the way there and really cuts down on the work to churn those out. So we're very excited about that as well.
Very, very cool. And you also, like we said, the video version of your DragonCon speech is up for anybody who's not already a patron supporter. And everybody remember, all the show notes and links are down below. So, let's look at the list of those wonderful people who support the show with a little ka-ching, ka-ching. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, would you like to start us off?
Absolutely. First, we have Alistair Barr.
Yes, then we have some gentleman known as Alexander Smythe. I think it's called Smythe. Yeah, that might be it.
He's just this guy, you know. Then we have Andy Jones.
And Chris Rowe.
Followed by Chris Worthington. Always a lot of Chris's out there in the world.
Oh, yeah. These are good. These are good guys, these Chris's. Then we've got Deadlock.
Dean Schmidt.
I'm going to kill it. Nestro. I like that one. That's good.
Try saying that 5 times fast. Then we have our very own Department of Corrections, Ethan Johnson, friend of the show, as is his sobriquet on They Create Worlds.
Oh, yes. And Gary Heather.
Ian Mew.
And Jacques van Blokland.
And then Jarno Kainen. I know I just horribly destroyed that.
Neil Kainen, I think so. But he's a good guy, so we'll let you slide on that.
All righty.
JT.
Jesse F.
A good friend of the show, Lawrence.
And we have Mads Christensen.
Oh, yes, Mads. Then Mitsuyama.
And then look, it's Norm, the video game historian.
Oh, yes. And then we have Peter Leamy.
And Peter Price.
And Poke Pillar.
Randy Bateman.
Richard Fisher.
Rory Minnis.
Friend of the show, Scaramanga.
Then we have SM Oliva. Always good to hear from SM Oliva. Always has great insights on the computer industry in particular.
Oh, yes, definitely. And if you haven't checked out my interview with him on the anniversary of Computer Chronicles, go and do that. And also check out his blog. And then we have Tim Anderson.
Weedo.
Oh, yes, everybody's favorite Wouter. And finally, last but not least, Zach. So, if you also want to join this illustrious crew of video game fanatics, $1 a month will get you access to all the fun stuff on the Patreon. And also remember, check us out on Discord. Pop in, say hi if you see that I'm online doing some editing or reading old mags, and we'll catch up. I'm good like that. So, everybody, have fun.